You just fucking but I'm gonna tell you what, I'm up my fantasy players out there. I would have drafted you again. It's literally no better out there. What's more working for the team and it's doing fantasy drafts in the summer just to turn out with the number DFL team and 12 man week. There's literally someone who doesn't even touch their team. And I try every single day. Like, how? It's just dumb. All right.
There's literally someone out there who doesn't even touch their team. I'm competing with that. There's literally someone who doesn't even touch their team. I'm competing. That is so fucking funny. There's literally somebody out there.
Every single day. Like, for hours. Why not? I can say whatever I want. It's my street. So, the songs are what answer. He thinks that this songs are about the extra connected life. Really? Yeah. Why? Why not? I can say whatever my street. So, I don't want to tell this story. I guess I should just tell it the way I told it at Shabbat. I was at a Shabbat once. A friend of mine was saying something. I just overheard them at the end of the table. And I was here. Another rabbi was here. And I remember them saying something about Eric Cream. And I think my friend was saying something like, that was Eric Cream.
Like, bitch. Super. No, mute. Okay.
On top of this, not really there. Yeah. She's been on the beach. Let that sweet magnolias in the leaf. You'll see what Judy is. How big and easy. That's when we made it through the year. I was made to wish up in the dark. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love this one. I love this baby. My baby love, my baby needs. And I was knee-high to the chicken. And I went from the middle. And it's all gone. Need to love. Words.
Stupid thing.
Shut up, that's funny.
Shit. Yep. Why? Shit sucks. But I did not see you trying to talk to you. Nice. What's your notification? What is this bullshit? This fucking rabbi is in every fucking. Yeah, I'm in every fucking Discord. What do you want me to do, dude? Oh, you're just muted. Okay. What do you want me to do? Well, you're muted. All right. Fuck you, man. All right, so we're good there. Are we good here? Why don't you get this one sexy? Some people call me sexy. Other people call me what's it? Sensual. Bitch, ain't nobody calling me sexy. Not in 1985, not in 2025, dog. Really? I mean, some people call her sexy. Other people call her sensual. I call her both, baby. You were. Oh, dog, is this what you wanted? Fuck, no. Stop. Don't be a bitch. Stupid slut. Yo, there you go, baby. Is it working now? Oh, Valorant. Dog, you have a sex tape. That isn't even. It's just not even. It's not even a thing. Use your microphone. Yeah, I guess. Microphone and use. Dog, no one is currently in voice. Just work. How about you just put stuff in your and just work? Everything's fine. Are you excited for the election? No. Really? No. Why? Aren't you going to be happy it's over? Uh, oh, that's so fucking sad. Yo, Kim, what the fuck? How many fucking times do I have to hit this button? What is that shit doing? Log the fuck in, dog. What the fuck? Dude, just work. I forget what all these is. Who is this? Yo, I'm here. How you living? Oh, right? Oh, shit. Look, this is the stupid fucking shit. Dude, this shit sucks. Is it the worst? Dude, just fucking log in. Worst. The worst. Okay, this one I know is the worst. Very cool. That one. Now it's further far away. Well, no, I'll be down. Okay, this bitch logged in. Where was it? I don't remember. Genshin Impact. No, that's that top one. I remember that because it sucks. Fortnite? Maybe. So you mean to tell me you just go into the Fortnite thing and just stay there? Yep. Why? Maybe someone will notice me? Or I'll get banned, which means they notice me. Dog, this is the worst. Like, I'm just gonna tell you, Rabbi. I've seen a lot of streams, like a lot, and all of them are really organized, and they don't have like 15 accounts. None of them. Not one person who is a big YouTuber simultaneously streaming. It's too hard. Really? Yeah, it's difficult. Okay, Ishmael and Nina are currently in voice. Well, tell those bitches to get the fuck out. What the hell? It sucks. What do you do? Oh, that sucks. Dude, that shit sucks. Okay, cool. Is this oh, hell yeah. Okay, here's the thing. Everything, logged in everywhere. This one was. No, you're not allowed to do that. Okay, asshole. Ah, snap. Dude, that is like the most unprofessional way to say, hey, dude, we fucked up. We are $1 trillion company, and we don't know what the fuck to do. Stupid keyboard. Oh, this shit. Oh, this sucks. I just smell like sweat. Now, sweat. Dude, what the fuck is this? This I can't believe. Oh, it worked. All right, where's that thing? I like when I'm over here. My voice is very loud because of that bitch. Dog, quit this shit. Just work. It's just seriously, just fucking work. Okay, are you done? Good. What's this one? This one was like beach bait or something. No, that was that. Yo, what the fuck? This shit sucks. What's this one? Welcome, welcome. I'm here, baby. How you living? What's good in your neck of the woods? Hello. What up, sub shit, man? What's good? How you living? You been taking it? Excellent. Are you just chill, bud? You're at kindergarten? Oh, okay, cool, man. Teachers are great. I'm in agreement with you. How do you like teaching? How do you like teaching? How do you like teaching? How do you like it? So how do you like it? How do you like it? Absolutely, I do as well. I, it's, that's okay. Thugs shake monster. When you have time, hear me, and you can talk in another time, come in here and we'll share all kinds of stories together, okay? All right, my man, come back when you can. Peace, man. What's wrong with Thug Shake Monster? Well, it's just like I can't fucking hear what he's saying, dog. Dude, this shit sucks. Okay, what's this one? Dude, what the fuck? Just the worst. What's this one? Oh, that's edgy. Ego paradox. No, what is all that fucking sound? Quit with that horse shit. Oh, that's the worst. Dude, this thing hasn't fucking. Why does it? No one. Wah, wah. Horse. Shit. No, what do you say? Starbucks. That's a fucking news story. Not motherfuckers dying in the developing world. That is a news story. What's that fucking sound? No. What does that even mean? Who would like that? Who would like that? Hey, we work at Discord. Let's work on our fucking ringtone. What is that fucking sound? God, just shut the fuck up. What the fuck? Of course, it's not going to make sounds when I need it to. Oh, it's this thing. Stop. Why would you? Why would you think that this is good? Hey, everybody! I have a great idea. We're going to come up with a pretty good platform, but then whenever you turn the sound on, it's going to sound like this. Gagan, 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 and you're going to be like, "Stop! I already know what you're going to ask. What is gagan?" And we're going to say, "We don't fucking know. We don't know. It certainly isn't somebody coming into my fucking server. I can gagan, 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 gagan." What is all of these sounds? It's gagan, gagan, gagan. What is it? Why does it keep making all these fucking sounds? Who would want this? Hey guys, I would literally, oh my, block all these fucking sounds, dog. Wah wah, wah wah, wah wah, wah wah, wah. Who would want that? Like sometimes I just feel like somebody in some fucking big office. I'm like, "Oh, guys, let's see how much we can piss off every single motherfucker." What do you all think about everybody in our platform? We just have this sound just go all the time. Gaga, gaga, gaga. But it's not going to be regular. It's like gaga, 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 gaga. I fucking hear it. Gaga, gaga. Dude, one of these is making sounds. This one. Yep. Why is being such a bee? Dogs, who wouldn't? I make fun of this app for making sounds, but at least it does. It's not like YouTube, which absolutely is made for dumbasses, made by dumbasses, for dumbasses. Really? Dude, it's actually not made for dumbasses. It's made by dumbasses. There's no fucking doubt about that. Stupid ass fucks at Alphabet. Booty. Booty. All right. Socialize. Oh, shit. No, stop. No. Holy fucking shit. Dude, this sucks. What the fuck is oh, what the fuck? Oh, everything is just the worst. Everything is the worst. What the fuck is this? What in the fuck is this? God, it's only people who are nice to you. People are equal around this. Nice lighthouse. Very nice. I just want everybody to appreciate how nice you all have been. You're a bot fan. Huh? I just said it. Oh, what's you like? Some kind of window. There you go. That's my window. Oh, MYOB, really? And what else? CSP. What is CSP? The story goes. Dogs. I play house. Give me booty. That's not a word. Why? Why not? Okay. Now, what is this? This shit is. This. That's the worst. Dude, how about this one? This one's paradise. You find it? No, these tracks. What about this one? Just fucking work. What is this shit? Where the, oh, dude, I just fucking heard this one. I just heard this one. Okay. 哐哐 Quack, quack. Hey, everybody. Quack, quack. Quack, quack. What the fuck happened here? Dude, dude, why would they develop a fucking thing to do this? Be so shitty. Not that bitch. Quack, quack. Okay, dude, look up display. Dude, 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 this is the worst. This is the worst. Dude, notifications. How do you stop making fucking sounds? Oh no. Oh, is it that one? Oh, it's that phone. Okay, so now what? Close this? Quit this bullshit. Worst shit ever. Just the worst. Worst. I've seen some bad shit in my life, but this is the worst. Okay, so I have to take this bitch. Stop. You get notifications. Dude, these fucking sounds are going crazy. This shit is fucking wild. All right, I fucking still hear all this shit. Dog, I hate how that shit logs me out. Dude, one of these fucking things is making noise though. I bet it's this bitch. No, not. It sounds like that. Dude, how isn't it this? Notifications. There you go. Dude, what the fuck? I still hear this shit. Oh, there it is, you little bitch. Found it. Kids, I fucking found this shit. Little bastard over here. Quank 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 quank. Yo, dog, this shit sucks. This is just the worst. Are you even in a fucking call? No. Official Fortnite? It should be called officially we hate you. You're terrible at Fortnite too. Okay, what the fuck? Fuck, dude. It's fucking dick. Dude, I still fucking hear this shit. This is just the worst. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, I like it in the fucking stream. Like, the worst? It was worse. People would like tell their children, oh, this was the worst fucking stream ever. Did this shit work? Seemingly. I still fucking hear that sound. Oh, this bitch is making a sound. Dog. Fucking hurt. Dude. No. Notification. Shut the fuck up. What is it? Who the fuck thinks of this good idea? I don't even think that much. God. What the fuck just happened? Okay, is it fucking done? 99.1%. What in the fuck, dog? Who dare me this time? That's for sure, dog. Okay, so feature settings, notifications, disable all of them, message, yes, no. Mute, unmute, voice disconnect, none of that. Mute is fine. ETT activates, stop all of it. User different. That is it. User mute, that is user mute, that's fine. Output and membership, income membership. Stream started here. You were joining people membership. Activity status, activity user different. Sure. Invite, okay, email. What about the show? Just I don't even holy fucking shit, dog. Is this shit done? Is it done? What the fuck just happened? This is the worst. Dude, what was that fucking one I used yesterday? What in the fuck is this slow? Why is this so fucking slow? No one knows. What in the fuck? What is this? Asshole design. How would you improve Google in like a billion ways? First, this got something hot. Is it bad? Google used to be so good. People wanted to work there. Now it sucks. And it's terrible and everybody hates it. Download whatever video downloader. Oh, you wanted to download a video? Yeah. Use what in the fuck? Just download this fucking thing. No, asshole. I don't want to download your shitty software. Holy fucking shit, kids. Like 3 years ago, this would have been done so long ago. The internet is getting more and more difficult. I'm just sure. Look at all this fucking space on Google. I think they mean stuff. Dumbass. You fucking stupid slut. Fuck you. But seriously, the internet has gotten worse. It has. It has definitely. This bitch peaked about 20. Well, and everything sucks. Really? Dog, it's just the worst. Hey, everybody. You want to see the worst fucking bullshit ever? What's it called? YouTube? Dude, what the fuck? Dude, it should just fucking work. Dude, this is the worst. I'm just fucking absolutely flabbergasted that this thing would be so fucking slow. And that thing would even fucking. Dude, this is the worst. Dude. Edgy egos. What's this one? That's edgy ego. Is that booty? David booty. Dude, I don't fucking hear that sound anymore. Private call too. Oh, let me in this bitch. Turn on the fucking camera, dog. Dude, I have to fucking daven and it sucks. Everything about davening sucks cock. I don't think anybody gets anything out of it. I don't know why we still fucking do it. Total waste of time. Really? It's just the word. You don't like to daven? Motherfucker, no one likes to daven. Anybody who says they like it, they're lying. They are straight up fucking lying. All of them. No one likes it. It's something we have to do. But it sucks. Dude, what is up with this shit? Dog. This shit is so fucking stupid. Oh, not this fucking site. It's the worst. This site is the worst. Write you down. Whatever person created your site should just get fucking dead. Why? It's just the worst. It's the worst fucking site ever. Hey everybody, you want to download? Dude, I just wish I could remember this fucking website I used to use. Verifying, dude, you never had to do this back in the day. You never, ever, 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 ever had to do this bullshit. Just fucking download. Preparing. Fail. Fuck you, dude. Dude, this shit is the worst. Did it fucking work? What do you call it? Oh shit. Is this in the This isn't gonna work. Guaranteed. It's just gonna be that fucking screen. God, what in the shit is this? 18 kilobytes. Fuck you and fuck your website. I thought that was gonna be good. Site. God. This is the absolute worst. Dude, what the fuck is this? Some errors. What errors, dog? This is just the absolute. Warning. Undefined property. Dude, what does that even fucking mean? Dude, what in the absolute god? This is the worst. The worst website. This is the worst. Bro, you know how the fucking sites that used to be? Alright, hold on that too. Let's not suck dick. Everybody says that you're good. Still checking if you're not a bot. Dude, what is this bullshit? What are you doing? It's just going like this. Tell me, what the fuck are you doing? Hey guys, we're like thinking and we're processing. Bing bang boom. Are we locked and loaded everywhere? What's that? Genshin Impact? Go fuck yourself. What does that even mean? Hey guys, I'm gonna come up with a really good name for a fucking game. What's it called? Genshin Impact. Why? Well, I was just thinking, let's make it really difficult to remember. What the fuck is Genshin? No one knows. I bet it means like dick sucking. Dick sucking in Japanese. Hey everybody, we're gonna play Genshin Impact. Dude, I saw this one fucking thing. It drives me absolutely shit crazy. This like girlfriend is like, my boyfriend is fuck that shit. My boyfriend, where the fuck is my boyfriend is obsessed with Genshin Impact. Look at this. And he's like playing the game and the girlfriend's like, what the fuck? Like, dude, you need to break up with this bitch ASAP. Really? This is the worst. What in the fuck? This, this is the worst. Without a doubt. Okay. If you look at my YouTube channel, it's I stream 24/7. I get it that you spam a bunch of messages and see who responds, but seriously, take a look at what I do before sending me any more questions. I don't have time for that motherfucking shit. This motherfucker is a doctor. Black as fuck. How old is your fucking? You challenge it, so what in the fuck is this? Okay. Where are you gonna say? I'm a man of the sea. I'm from the sea. I'm just gonna like just yeah, how you doing? I'm here. Please, thank you. Yeah, everybody, I hope everybody has a good day. There it is. Shit. Oh, that was supposed to be Paradise Island. Where's Paradise Island? Everybody? Dude, just go to where is it? He's so shitty at this job. Like literally, they're trying to plug the fucking sponsors. All right, let's go talk about fucking more shit. Hey, hey, you know how fucking cheap I am with my daughter's fucking wedding? I don't even pay for my own parking. Like the cheapest motherfucker. Really? Dog, where is you gonna get your Babe Eagles? What is it called? Paradise Island. Dude, how do you fucking find this shit? Assholes design this. Straight up ass. Dog. There it is. Fuck, man. Oh shit. Okay. So we're locked in? Yep. Oh Oh, what about this bullshit? What in the fuck? I'm serious. This used to be a 10-second job. And it is so. Dude, J down. J down. Dude, I don't want to fucking download something. Give me a picture. Dude, what the fuck? Is that funny? Accidental rapings is not a funny fucking joke. Why doesn't the FCC come in and be like, hey, Bill, you can't just say anything that comes into your fucking head. Here's a $10,000 fine for such a shitty joke. I'm serious. Listening to this fucking morning program is like it's painful. I don't know how LA just was like, yeah, let's just keep this motherfucker for 30 fucking years. Dude, the Netherlands have such bullshit results. Why doesn't the Netherlands have so many fucking names? What the fuck happened here? Dude, this is such bullshit, and I still have to fucking daven. My back hurts. Just get this shit. This is the worst. These Dutch fucking results are absolute horseshit. Google. They're the exact same fucking. I cannot fucking believe it. Dog. Yo, what the fuck's going on over here? This is the worst. How is that fucking fair? Search intensity. Doug, you don't have to fucking search. I gave you the fucking link. You just need to pull it up. Worst. This is the worst. What is this? Download. This file's over 10 minutes. Yeah, dude. Okay, you like that? You want to play that fucking game? Bye. Never gonna use it. And no one ever used YTV download shit software. Why? Because everybody looks for shit for free. And I don't understand why YouTube doesn't just have a fucking button that says download. Huh, they want you to watch it on our show. Fuck you. Fuck all. Fuck everything. Like, fuck Robin, man. I don't have to fucking do that anymore. It sucks. It's just the worst. Downloading? You are still downloading, you ass. You fucking ass. This is the worst. Oh, holy fucking shit, dog. What the shit? Dude, I just want a thing that says, don't ever fucking bring up that thing that says, do not put people in it. Fuck you. Do not refresh. This is the worst. This is the worst. It's just the absolute worst. Dog. What fucking, you know what, I never, online YouTube. Yeah, 100% free quick. I fucking do it. See it. Download video. Still out the casket. Dude, I did. You are feeling like fucking shit. Worse. Are you fucking serious? That's how you do this? Please fill out the caption. Dog, I'm never using your fucking site. Don't ever use that one either. Whatever the fuck it was. This is it's listen. This is just the worst. Download. What the fuck? I just fucking did it. Yes, that's work. Just work. When you fucking designed your stupid site, god damn it, my back hurts. Ow! Damn it! I can't see for shit. I just have to throw my face through the fucking screen. Sorry. Where the fuck is your caption? God. Every person who designed these websites is lazy and sucks. I can't stand it. They don't try. They don't fucking. troubleshoot. Okay, 104 minutes. Cool, dog. Dude, that just seems like a lot of fucking work. What is going on here? I don't fucking know. I'm pissed. I'm never gonna fucking sing a concert because it's so fucking hard to publish it. Oh, you wanted to publish your concert? Oh, that's mother. I literally did this yesterday for 10 seconds with a video 4 times as long. Fuck. Google sucks so much fucking time. They're just such a bad company. And they're run badly. Their CEO is lazy. He doesn't get to his fucking college. He sucks. Failed to fix it. God. It should not have failed so much. One started shooting 3 hours ago. What in the fuck? Okay, it's a watch. Do this. This is the same shit. No, just fucking download this shit. Okay. I like how they have. That's just dumb stuff. Stupid. This is the worst. Dude, that's not a funny joke. It's not very strong. Bill, you suck cock. I can't wait till he retires.
And sometimes you would have marriages into old Christian families. It's highly destabilizing. So the Ferdinand and Isabella brought in the Inquisition to control that movement, and ultimately in 1492 they decided that's it. We're going to get rid of the Jews, and hopefully that will solve the problem, because now these conversos will have no one to whom to turn. They were very wrong. Ultimately, of the Jews who were expelled, many of them fled to neighboring Portugal here on the coast. Now, in Portugal, there's an exceptionally sad story of how they were treated. There was a kind of a oscillation between incredible cruelty and liberalism, which at times assuaged the fears of the this immigrant community that in fact they would be allowed to live safely in Portugal, and in other times crush those hopes in their infancy with tremendous brutality. We look at, now I would like to say my favorite king, but that's only because I like his name. And I know I mispronounced it, it's João, right? Olivia, is that how you say it? João. But I like saying it João, though it's not right. But anyway, this is João II, who in 1492 admitted the Jews and said, listen, I see there's thousands of you pouring across my border. You're all very wealthy. The Jews are known as being the leaven of the economy. So you can come in here, you can bring your wealth, you can pay a special tax, and you can live here for 8 months until you sort yourselves out, until you figure out where you're going to live. And in the meantime, once he realized how valuable this new immigrant community was, he said, you know, we should really keep the Jews here. But rather than simply open up his borders and give them free reign, he figured it would be much easier if they came and stayed, but as Christians. So he exposed them to many forced conversionist sermons, which were debuted and very popular since the 13th century in Spain, after the Barcelona dispute with Nachmanides. And his successor was especially cool. No, I'm sorry, it was also, João II. He figured that one of the ways we're going to get the Jews to convert is actually if we work through their children. After months and months of conversionist sermons with very little success, he actually took perhaps several thousand children and separated them from their parents and sent them to the newly discovered island of Sao Tome, which is here off the coast of West Africa, with the explicit statement that they would then be returned to their parents once their parents converted to Christianity. So that particular episode is recorded in Usque's book. I'd like to read it to you very quickly just to get a sense of his style and something which was immediately prior to his own birth. To my misfortune, he puts it in the present tense, in the first person singular, because the narrator is none other than Jacob the patriarch, who describes in a kind of symbolic way all of the suffering of the Jews throughout time. So he writes, to my misfortune, the island of Sao Tome had recently been discovered. It was inhabited by lizards, snakes, and other venomous reptiles, and was devoid of rational beings. They used it, for example, to house a slave fortress for the burgeoning transatlantic slave trade that would dominate the region. Here the king exiled condemned criminals, and he decided to include among them the innocent children of these Jews. Their parents had seemingly been condemned by God's sentence. When the luckless hour arrived for this barbarity to be inflicted, mothers scratched their faces in grief as their babies, less than 3 years old, were taken from their arms. Honored elders tore their beards when the fruit of their bodies was snatched before their eyes. The fated children raised their piercing cries to heaven as they were mercilessly torn from their beloved parents at such a tender age. Several women threw themselves at the king's feet, begging for permission to accompany their children, but not even this moved the king's pity. One mother, distraught by this horrible, unexampled cruelty, lifted her baby in her arms and, paying no heed to its cries, threw herself from the ship into the heaving sea and drowned, embracing her only child. Thus, those innocent souls were removed from their parents' sweet tenderness by such inhumanities and delivered into the power of merciless enemies. O brothers, who could describe to you the hidden and visible anguish which cloaked all my children, the sighs, the tears, the bloody and febrile groans which were heard in all their houses? For there are no words of consolation to relieve a pain so great, even though each one had good reason to hope for consolation. He goes on to say that when these innocent children arrived at the wilderness of Sao Tome, which was to be their grave, they were thrown ashore and mercilessly left there. Almost all were swallowed up by the huge lizards on the island, and the remainder who escaped these reptiles wasted away from hunger and abandonment. Only a few were miraculously spared that dreadful misfortune. Absolutely horrific unimaginable kind of persecutions that were meted out to the Jews in an attempt to bring them into Portuguese society as Christians. But unfortunately, it gets worse. So this is a picture of his successor, Manuel I. Manuel I, the king, wanted to create a dynastic union with Spain, creating one Christian dominion for the entire peninsula. And so in order to effect this, he agreed to the daughter of Queen Isabella, the Infanta Isabella, as his wife, creating a dynastic union. Isabella and Ferdinand, very doctrinaire, anti-Judaic individuals, insisted that they would not form a union with a country that still permitted Jews in its midst. So Manuel agreed to expel all the Jews in 1497 in a manner similar to the Spanish expulsion of 1492. This is, by the way, not Isabella's daughter. This is his second wife, Maria. Isabella died in childbirth, and so he then married her sister in order to preserve the union. The expulsion of the Jews from Portugal, or the agreement to expel them, ironically is, as the historian Prescott put it, the first time that Jews were persecuted out of love. Ironic, right? Because he loved, it's not really funny. I don't know why I said it. Maybe I'll just cut that out of the internet because it doesn't make sense. We're talking about the lizards. Now we're talking about, forget it. Okay, so what did he do? So he decided, I'm going to expel all the Jews, but then he realized, you know what? Once again, like his predecessor, the Jews are very valuable. So instead, you know what? Let's just baptize them all instead. Let's just make them Christian. That way we'll keep their wealth. We'll keep their know-how. It's only a few thousand Jews anyways. And so through various stratagems, he actually brought them to the seaside. And before boarding boats, they were baptized. And suddenly they became Christians. No more Jewish problem in Portugal. And then immediately thereafter, he closed the borders. And he said that no new Christians may leave Portugal. So one of these ironic situations in which the Jews are not free to practice their religion. They are free to be Christians, and they're not free to leave either. They must remain within the boundaries of Portugal with their wealth and their economic know-how and so on. So for the next several decades, Portuguese Jews are trying desperately to kind of escape Portugal and find a place where they can practice Judaism freely. In Amsterdam, Salonika, Constantinople, places like that, Sparta, these are places where the Portuguese Jews, who were only a few years earlier Spanish Jews, are now trying to find ways to live their life freely as Jews. But they're terribly afraid, with good reason, that if they are discovered trying to leave, then they will be subject to tremendous persecution. Mob violence dominates the Jewish experience in Portugal over the next couple of decades. In 1503, again, so this was 1497 when they have been forcibly baptized. Technically expelled, but then forcibly baptized to stay in Portugal. 1503, there's a famine, and the Jews are, of course, blamed for the famine, and there's mob violence. So it's not Jews, these are the conversos, right? The Jews who have been converted to Christianity, their presence is viewed as the reason for the famine. There's hyperinflation a few years later, and once again, the Jews are blamed for the hyperinflation. In 1506 is an especially terrible moment when there's someone in church in, I believe it was Lisbon, right, it's in Lisbon, on Easter Sunday, remarked that an icon of the Virgin Mary was glowing with a supernatural light, and one of these new Christians, a baptized Jew, says, it's just the reflection of a candle. And the suggestion that that it was a natural phenomenon created a horrible massacre in Lisbon, in which even lay clergy also participated. And we can list several of these kinds of like mob reactions, because the general population is not happy with the introduction of these new economic competitors who now, as Christians, even though everybody knows they're not really enthusiastic Christians, are beginning to dominate the economic echelon society. There is a little bit of a liberalization under João III in 1521, but then there's a series of more pogroms, really, after there's a crop failure and several other things that go wrong. In 1531, things reach a climax when there's an earthquake, and so Paul III says, that's it. We're bringing in the Inquisition again, the dreaded Inquisition, which was, of course, scourged Spain. And at this point, I would like to read once again from Usque's work, in which he describes the Inquisition in terrifying and strangely modern terms. When I first read this, it felt to me a lot like Franz Kafka. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese Inquisition was rather Kafkaesque. If you've read The Trial in particular, or The Harrow, you'll recognize some of the elements. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised even if Kafka was influenced by it. Where is it here? Right, here it is. The king and queen sent to Rome for a wild monster, right? The Inquisition comes from Rome, Roman Catholic, of such strange form and horrible mien that all Europe trembles at the mere mention of its name. He speaks of the Inquisition in concrete and metaphorical terms. Its body, an amalgam of hard iron and deadly poison, has an adamantine shell made of steel and covered with enormous scales. It rises in the air on 1,000 wings with black and poisonous pinions, and it moves on the ground with 1,000 pernicious and destructive feet. Its form is like both the awesome lions and the frightful serpents in the deserts of Africa. Its enormous teeth equal those of the most powerful elephants. Its whistle or voice kills even more quickly than the venomous basilisk. Its eyes and mouth spew continual flames and blazes of consuming fire, and the food it eats is the fire in which human bodies burn. Its flight is swifter than the eagle's, but wherever it passes, its shadow spreads a pall of gloom over the brightest sun. Finally, in its wake, it leaves a darkness like the darkness visited upon Egyptians in one of the plagues. And when it arrives at its destination, the green grass which it treads on, or the luxuriant tree on which it alights, dies, decays, and withers, and then is uprooted by the monster's devastating beak. It desolates the entire countryside with its poison until it is like the Syrian deserts and sands, where no plant takes root and no grass grows. Now he goes on to talk about how this affects the Jewish community, and it's interesting to say here that he says, I do not want to be remiss in telling you that in addition to the enemies, there were at that time some confessos, meaning like these new Christians, who delivered their own brothers into this cruel monster's power, an allusion to the cycle of torture and forced confession and denunciation of other Jews. Poverty was the spur and the reason for most of their evil acts. Many poor confessors went to the houses of their richer brothers to ask for a loan of 50 or 100 cruzados for their needs. If any refused them, they accused him of Judaizing with them. Terrible situation. And once again, with the Inquisition, Juan III closes the borders again. This is the environment in which Usque experienced his youth and young adulthood. So let us go to Usque himself. We don't even know if this is his real name. The only thing we really know about him are whatever information is included in this book and in a few scattered references of his contemporaries. It may be a pseudonym because he shares some autobiographical information. He says that his family comes from Huesca, which is a town in Castile in Spain. So it may be an acronym meaning like the person from Huesca. It's also interesting to note that he seems very fond of acronyms and of anagrams. You know, when you take the letters of a word and you mix them up. So, for example, one of the main characters in the constellations is Ikapo, which is an acronym of Yaakov. So some scholars have argued that he may be Manuel Garcia, if I remember correctly. That's an acronym for not especially well-known Christian. It's a Christian name for a converso, and Usque may have been a pseudonym that he hid behind. We'll talk about what Manuel Gomez, excuse me. We know from his own description that his family entered Portugal right after the expulsion of 1492, and he was born shortly thereafter. So he grew up in this environment of mob violence followed by the Inquisition. We know that he has, based on this text, tremendous familiarity with the broad swath of learning of 16th century thought. Very similar in many ways to the figures we looked at in Al-Andalus, who had a very broad Jewish and non-Jewish education. We don't know exactly where he got this information because, after all, he grew up as a nominal Christian, where any education of a Jewish character was entirely proscribed. So he learned all of his Jewish knowledge underground in Portugal. But he may have gone to the University of Coimbra because he was thoroughly familiar with Latin and Greek and with the literature of the church fathers. It's not impossible, argues Cohen, that in fact he may have been, like many sub rosa new Christians, he may have been studying for the priesthood, because only as a student of the priesthood would he been given access to the kind of broad humanities education that was required to write a book like this. We know from his own text that he managed to leave sometime after 1531, and he essentially embarked on a world tour, which he describes in his book, and we have some sense that he was in England, throughout Central Europe. He also made it to Constantinople, Salonika, and Greece, all the places where Sephardic Jews had made their homes immediately after the expulsion, and in particular in the tremendous city of Tzfat, which was just then enjoying its tremendous explosion of Jewish creativity. But where we know him best is in Ferrara, where he actually wrote this book. Ferrara was the home of Dona Gracia and Benvenida Abravanel, the subject of last week's lecture, two incredibly powerful and wealthy women who used their political might and their political acumen and their considerable resources to defend Sephardic Jews worldwide, through ransoming captives, to engaging in geopolitical machinations, such as the attempted boycott of the port of Ancona and so on. And one of the most important things that both of them did was that they supported early scholarship in Ferrara and allowed for tremendous energies to be placed into publishing. The Ferrara Bible shown here is the result of their efforts. This is exactly in the same period as Usque wrote his book, and you can see in this particular image, which is written in the Ferrara Bible, written in Spanish, for those who fled the Inquisition. You can see this motif, very beautiful, of these terrifying gargoyle-like creatures that sort of remind me of the winds, perhaps, or they're blowing the winds. And here's a ship that's clearly in distress. The mast is broken, and there are these sea monsters in the water. And this is kind of metaphorical of the Spanish Jews being exiled from their homeland, going throughout the Mediterranean, even crossing the Atlantic to the New World with tremendous danger. There were 3 usques of note in Ferrara at this time, and scholars have wondered, how could it be that this is a name, which, by the way, we don't even know how he spelled it in Hebrew. We only have it in in Portuguese and Roman letters. How is it you have 3 usques, not a common name, all together in the same place? Possibly because they were related, or possibly because they all chose the same pseudonym. Solomon, Abraham, and Samuel, that's our protagonist today, they were publishers and writers together. Samuel Usque in particular may be an acronym for Manuel Gomez, but the 3 of them together produced the Ferrara Bible and the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel and many other works of its kind. Now, let's look at the book right now itself. What exactly is this book we're talking about? So, I forgot to read you one thing here. Sorry, I wanted to read you. Don't worry, I only have 4 selections, and I've read 2 of them already. This is the beautiful dedication to Dona Gracia Nasi. Publishing is so dependent on material support. It doesn't happen by itself. People have to find, as they say in Pirkei Avos, ein kemach, ein Torah. If there's no flour, there's no Torah. You have to have Okay. Anyways, the dedication here is to the very illustrious Doña Gracia Nasi. And so Samuelowski writes, the heart is prized as the human body's noblest and most important organ, for it is the first to feel the pain which any other part of the body suffers. Indeed, it must be kept content for all the others to be at ease. Since my prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation, Doña Gracia was also from Portugal. She was also a converso who returned to Judaism after fleeing the Iberian Peninsula. My prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation with a small branch bearing new fruit. It is proper to offer it to your excellency, for you are the heart in the body of our people. In the remedies you have offered, you have always shown that you feel our people's sufferings more poignantly than anyone else. I say this not out of blind devotion, though I am your protege, most illustrious lady, and desire to satisfy you through works, writings, and deeds, and to show myself in some small way grateful for the largesse I have received from your generous hand. Since you began to reveal your light, even our sucklings have imbibed this truth at their mother's breasts, and your name and the memory of your goodness will forever be a part of the marrow of their bones, which is in fact true. We speak of Doña Gracia Mendes 500 years later with the same respect and admiration because of the decisions she made with her individual powers and wealth. So you get a sense of the relationships there. He also speaks very vividly of a rival, then Venida Abravanel. Obviously, he didn't want to offend either one of them, and he benefited from both. Anyway, what is the purpose of this book? It is, as I alluded to in his dedication there, that he wants to provide consolation for these scattered, embattled populations of Portuguese Jews who are not sure what to do with themselves. They're hiding their Jewish identities. They're hiding their Jewish practices. They're trying to live a life of outward Christian behavior. They're worried about what will happen to their children, what will happen to their legacy. And on a deeper level, metaphysically, they worry, has God abandoned us? Were we wrong to maintain our Jewish identity for 1,500 years that now we are suffering such tremendous pain? And so he begins in his prologue, which maybe I won't read to you, maybe I'll just paraphrase it. It's very beautiful. He says, listen, I've written this book, which is in many ways the long scroll of agony. I quote the title of a Holocaust work. It's a long scroll of agony detailing the so many persecutions that we have suffered since the exile, actually 2,000 years ago, under the Babylonians. And in each of those exiles, each of those persecutions, we have endured primarily by attachment to our faith. He spends a lot of time talking about how the persecution itself is embedded in biblical texts, that, this particular thing happened here, and you can see an allusion to it in the book of Deuteronomy. Some of those parallels are absolutely chilling. And of course, we can do the same in our own generation, looking at the Holocaust, where we see the similarities between these far-off prophecies and some of the terrible things that we experienced. But nevertheless, the fact is that if the prophecies that describe the persecution were true, then it also follows the prophecies that describe the redemption are true. It's reminiscent, if you're familiar with the famous Talmudic passage, when some rabbis are surveying the disaster in Jerusalem during the Hadrianic persecutions of the 2nd century. And some of the rabbis are moaning and wailing, and Rabbi Akiva, the greatest, starts laughing. And they say to him, Rabbi Akiva, why are you laughing? Oh, it was a specifically occasion because they saw a fox running through the ruins of the temple. And what a terrible thing to have a fox running through the Holy of Holies like that. And the rabbis say to him, Akiva, how can you laugh? He says, I'm laughing because I know that if this has happened to Jerusalem, which was foretold in our prophecies, then we will also see the redemption that is similarly foretold in our prophecies. So this book, in Portuguese, for a Portuguese remnant, is going over and over again in often painful details, the specific persecutions that Jews have endured historically, and in a very long section again, in their own person and in their own day in the 16th century. Absolutely fascinating structure and guide. I mentioned already the language is Portuguese because he was speaking specifically to his generation. The style is in the form of a dialogue, particularly between three shepherds. There are these two shepherds who, well, actually, I'll tell you that in the next slide. So I'll tell you. And the message I've already told you, so let's jump ahead. There's three dialogues in it. The first one introduces the three characters, where these are kind of like timeless people who live for centuries upon centuries. One of them is a shepherd named Ikabo, which is an anagram for Yaakov, which is not a coincidence. Usque makes that clear in his introduction that this is what he's trying to do. And he is comforted by two other shepherds, one named Numeo, for whom Usque says is a representative of the prophet Nahum. The word Nahum in Hebrew means consoler, one who consoles. And the other one, Zekareo, which is the prophet Zechariah, meaning the one who remembers. Zechariah, remembering God, literally. And the first dialogue essentially has these three characters, and it really does read Shakespearean in a Shakespearean manner because they're speaking in very elevated language, and they're, you get a sense of scenery. They describe where they're sitting, what they're doing, sometimes using metaphors of the hunt and hares and ostriches and lions and things like that. And he goes through the basic elements of Jewish history in the first dialogue up to the Babylonian exile. Now, I should mention at this point, many scholars have kind of got lost in the weeds about this because as a historian, he's not so good. As a historian, there are lots of inaccuracies, and he is heavily dependent on poor sources. So he can only be as good as his sources, and quite often he's conflating dates and he's conflating events, and he's confused about certain basic elements, but that's not what he's trying to do. He's not trying to write a history, he's trying to write a book of consolation, and the religious and psychological message is really what is prevalent here. The second dialogue takes it from the return of the Jews in the 6th century before the Common Era, right up until the Roman exile. And by the way, this is kind of an interesting piece. Dr. Stephen Fine, a scholar at Yeshiva University, recently discovered tiny traces of pigment in the famous Arch of Titus frieze that is in Rome, and he was able to reconstruct the way it actually looked in the 1st century. So Romans, at the time it was built, actually saw a painted frieze that looked something like this. It was much more garish than the way that we see it today, but nevertheless it's a very powerful thing. And if you can imagine in a pre-literate culture, this is an incredibly powerful, iconic reminder of the conquest of Jerusalem. At any rate, let us go on. The third dialogue is perhaps the most fascinating, and one that many scholars have meditated on the most. It goes from the post-Roman exile, 2nd century, basically, right up until the 16th century, including some very lengthy descriptions of things that Usque experienced himself or his immediate prior generations. So he now becomes a much more important source for discussion of the Spanish Inquisition, the exile, the Portuguese Inquisition, and so on. And he then leaves, he flees Portugal, and we have some sense of what Jewish life was like as he wanders around these scattered Sephardic communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. The autobiographical material here is very rich and dense. You get a sense of who he is as a person and the tremendous sense of mission that he brings to the task of this particular literary endeavor. He ends with a very long prophetic conclusion in which he wraps up all of his thoughts about the persecution of Jews and connects it specifically to the coming of the Messiah, though he may tarry, with tremendous drama and feeling. It's hard to not be swept away with the emotion of this work. If you can imagine yourself in the kind of conditions under which Portuguese Jews would have been reading this. Perhaps they would have been working with a painstakingly hand-copied version of it. Perhaps the head of the family would have been reading it by candlelight quietly in order not to arouse the attention of neighbors. Perhaps it would have been furtively studied in a secret room in the house. Who knows how it was actually passed down from one generation to another. but we know that it had a phenomenal impact, and it was a major feature in preserving the integrity of the Portuguese Jews in their tremendous suffering. By the way, is a photograph that's just trying to convey the up message at the end of it. Obviously, a photographer that I like a lot, Yaakov Naomi in Israel, and he describes, after this long book of punishments and persecution, he speaks about the ultimate redemption that in many ways we enjoy aspects of it today with a free state in Israel and so on. No theological content implied there. So taking it as a whole, the legacy of Samuel Uske is extremely important, although very rarely studied. This is, by the way, a picture from Portugal to get a sense of the kind of environment in which they lost. And it makes me wonder, since we have returned many times to this parallel of the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion, it makes me wonder, who is writing this kind of material for us today? Where are the authors who are giving us a coherent message that helps us assimilate the horrific persecution that the Jewish people endured last century into our contemporary Weltanschauung? Is it possible? Is it perhaps outrageous to ask for such a thing? But we don't have, in my humble opinion, anyone at the caliber of Uspre giving us that kind of message today. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Remember, no class next week, but we'll begin the week after with the lecture on the Chidah, and I can hang around for a few questions. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I myself got a lot out of studying Samuel Uskre's work, and it was a great privilege to be able to speak about it to an audience live last night. You didn't see it in the end of the video, but immediately after I concluded, I was jumped on by a whole bunch of audience members who really wanted to push me on a couple things I said at the very end of the lecture. So I thought I'll use this moment to unpack some of their questions and explain a little bit better what I mean by this. We should bear in mind that in many ways, we are in a parallel generation to Uskre, that his experience 70 years after the Spanish expulsion has certain salient comparisons with the experience we have 70 years after the Holocaust. Now, I'm not going to take this 30 seconds or so that I have right now to go through all of the parallels, but there's no question that we are living in kind of like not exactly a post-apocalyptic era, but a post-catastrophe era. And I think that we don't really have someone with the voice of Uskre who is kind of like explaining it all for us in a way that we can grasp. We have our poets of the Holocaust. We have our Elie Wiesels. We have many people with tremendously heroic stories of suffering during the Holocaust and personal and communal redemption. I myself studied the Eish Kodesh from the Warsaw Ghetto. It was an incredible story, an incredible thinker from the Holocaust. But what we don't have, in my humble opinion, is we don't have someone 70 years out who's able to explain to us, the Jewish community as a whole, as to what the Holocaust means in the larger arc of Jewish history. How do we assimilate the Holocaust? Can we assimilate the Holocaust into our Weltanschauung? How do we deal with the contemporary crises of, assimilation and the challenges to the state of Israel and all kinds of really existential challenges to our very being at this point in time? These are very big questions, and I feel in many ways like in this postmodern period where we're sort of floating in space, waiting for someone to kind of explain it all to us in the way that Samuel Uskre did. Anyways, those are my 2 cents. You've heard more than my 2 cents already for the first part of this lecture. I hope it's food for thought, and I look forward to speaking with you about Jewish history in the future. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, tonight's topic, fascinating material. We're going to look at the life of an individual known by the acronym of his name, the Chidah. Pointed out to me on the way in, and as in fact is the first sentence of the major biography of the life of the Chidah. The Chidah's life itself was a Chidah. You have to know Hebrew to understand the pun. The word Chidah in Hebrew means riddle or puzzle. And in fact, many aspects of his life are a puzzle. But the truth is, so much of it is available to us, and it's fascinating the details that we can learn. He was a major Sephardic figure in the 18th century, had a very important role to play in the crafting of the identity of members of the Sephardic diaspora scattered throughout the Mediterranean basin, all the way up into Northern Europe, and in fact into England as well. And I think you'll find his life fascinating and unusual. Let's start with the usual good and welfare material, though. First of all, tonight's lecture was sponsored by an anonymous donor. Thank you, anonymously. We're doing pretty well. We've raised almost $13,000, and we only have 2 lectures remaining this season that need sponsors. So if you're interested, we've got 2 left. I think Sephardim and the Holocaust and the Crypto Jews, or perhaps it's Maran Ovadia Yosef, but those 2 lectures are still left to sponsor. Sources for tonight, we're going to look at Dr. Meir Benayahu's classic work, a major 600-700 page Hebrew language biography of the Chidah. And I'd also like to rely on 2 other works which are related to varying degrees to the Chidah's research. First of all, Jonathan Ray's rather remarkable book called After Expulsion, which deals with the period immediately after 1492 in a way that has not been treated systematically, to my knowledge, before this particular monograph. It's a fascinating study, and we will spend the first few minutes of our lecture looking at the first generation or 2 immediately after the expulsion. We'll also look at the remarkable work by Matthias Lehmann, which is much more closely dedicated to the Chidah's work. It's called Emissaries from the Holy Land, the Sephardic Diaspora, and the Practice of Pan-Judaism, which is kind of Anglicism of the term Klal Yisraeliyut, of the idea of a pan-Jewishness, like something that encompasses all Jewish people in the diaspora in the 18th century. Those are 2 works that we'll be relying on as well. One last good and welfare announcement, which is a little more personal. I'm very pleased that a book that I published way back in 1999 is now available in a revised edition. I don't even have my copies yet, but they are on for sale online right now. It's kind of a cool book. It's the first book I ever wrote. It's my dissertation that came out. Harvard University published the first edition. Here is the original cover. It's kind of a dull cover, I think, but at the time I was just so happy to be published. It really didn't matter to me. And it looks at the history of the Jews in Ukraine in the first few years immediately after the fall of the Tsarist Empire. It was a difficult time when there was a tremendous amount of on the one hand, great optimism that a lot of the independent governments that were set up during those first few years tried to create special relationships for the Jews. There was a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that was set up in Ukraine, for example, but it all ended in disastrous failure because there was a wave of pogroms that swept through the region, killing possibly somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000 Jews. That's a low estimate, but probably a fairly reliable one. And ironically, about 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the same government that also had the Ministry of Jewish Affairs. So this book explores that particular paradox. It just came out, I'm really pleased, in Ukrainian translation last year. So it's met with a certain amount of critical acclaim, both in English and in Ukrainian. And here's just one kind of interesting picture from the cover. This is a 1918 100 Karbovanets bill, which was published by the very briefly Ukrainian Republic. And it has on the other side of the bill, everything is written in Ukrainian. On this side, you have Russian, Polish, and the third official minority language, Yiddish. On the currency, it says here in Yiddish, 100 Karbovances, 100 Karbovances, which is kind of like the high point of their cooperation, later to be submerged in the blood of the pogrom violence. But that's not our topic for tonight. That's just a shameless self-promotion. Okay, let's go to our topic. We're going to look specifically at the Chidah. Now, the Chidah's life is primarily 18th century. He was born, I believe, 1724 off the top of my head. So when you think about it, we spent a lot of time last semester looking at the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula per se, right up until the expulsion. And then we spent a couple of weeks looking at the early 16th century, but we are now jumping all the way to the 18th century, so there's a big gap in our discussion. I need to take a little bit of time to speak about that gap, and so we'll start with that before we go to the Chidah directly. Of course, this map, which we've used many times, indicates the kind of paths that Jews took from the Iberian Peninsula. And this is where Jonathan Ray's book is absolutely fantastic and actually quite, disturbing in ways. For example, we should bear in mind the degree of dislocation that the 1492 expulsion occasioned for Jews. Not only dislocation in the immediate and physical sense, they physically had to leave their place of residence and find another place to live, but the disruption of family ties, the disruption of economic support, the disruption of their entire connection to the world and to their God was challenged by this huge dislocation of the expulsion. Ray catalogs how there were 3 entry ports into Portugal, going into that country before, of course, it was transformed for the Jews there 5 years later. And a large number of Jews were trapped at these 3 entry ports as they tried to get petitioned to get into Portugal. While they were there, many of them actually turned back and decided it's too difficult. Let us convert to Christianity and we'll figure out what we can do in Spain. These were often communal decisions reached by the elders of a village, because an entire village would pick up and would be forced to leave at once to go to Portugal. And it came to pass that from time to time, the leaders of these communities said, how are we supposed to feed all of these people under our care? How are we supposed to find the wherewithal for them to live? Many of them felt that perhaps they would do better and they would eke out their basic sustenance if they were to capitulate to the demands of Ferdinand and Isabella and, in fact, convert to Christianity with varying degrees of sincerity, as you might imagine. So large numbers of Jews actually turned back at the Portuguese border. Looking at the Mediterranean basin, there's tremendous piracy going on with, as we've seen when we talked about in Benvenida a Ravanel, human trafficking, literally, and in the worst sense, because you have to imagine that these Jews are entirely hapless. They're completely stateless. They have no larger state authority to grant them a writ of protection, and they're just hoping to make it alive and with their possessions to some other more hospitable shore. And they were regularly boarded by a whole series of pirates that would simply go on, demand their property, and still kill them even after they rendered their property, because there was nothing to really stop them. So tremendous dangers. When they landed, especially in North Africa, they often overwhelmed the local populations and were totally bereft of any means of sustenance. I mean, they could possibly sell whatever valuables they managed to salvage and bring with them to the foreign shores, but quite often they ended up being a burden on the local Jewish community that simply could not withstand this demographic upheaval. Furthermore, in some very sad cases, including the city of Rome, the Jewish community itself would actually send away Jewish refugees. Something that's so hard to even imagine in our day and age, but these boats would come to shore teeming with Jewish refugees from Spain, often penniless, and the local communities knew that they would be charged with their upkeep, and from time to time, they actually turned them back. We saw a couple weeks ago how this happened in Genoa, because there was fears that the Jews carried plague on the boat, but in Rome it seemed to be primarily economic in nature. The legend goes, it's hard to determine if there's any basis to this, but apparently even, and this is what they call a tremendous Chil Hashem, even the Pope was apparently aghast that the Jewish community turned away the Jews that were coming by boat to Rome. So it's very, very difficult, hard time. And you can imagine the sort of stresses. I'll take questions at the end. But you can imagine the kind of difficulties that these Jews must have been under as they attempted to find some safe haven somewhere within the orbit of this region. So we're talking about an incredibly hard time for Jews overall, and this is something that lasts for generations. When we go into Portugal itself, those Jews who made it into Portugal, we discussed 2 weeks ago, the slow rise of the Inquisition until 1530, when it was finally put into place in Portugal, and then the closing of the borders and the difficult time that these Portuguese converts had to exercise when they tried to escape Portugal and make their way to safe havens, and anywhere, including in the New World, in England, in Northern Europe, they could be subject to the Inquisition if they ever set foot in any territory where the Inquisition was active. So essentially, the Jews of Portugal were trapped and were fearful for their lives and were constantly running from one place to another, hoping not to be discovered in their Jewishness. So it was a really horrible time. Now, over in the Eastern world, we have quite a significant difference because the Ottoman Empire, which is based here in, it shows Istanbul, it's not the spelling we use in English, or Constantinople, which was an earlier name for this. The Eastern world is showing great haven to the Jews who are making their way over here, and giving them, respite in Greece in particular, and also in Israel. The famous development is in the town of Tzfat, which we'll see in a second. So the Jews who could take a risk to go so far east would find that they eventually had some safe haven here, and that's where the story of the Chidah really takes much of its takes place. We also should bear in mind, and I've just kind of like in a space of a few minutes sort of raced through the 16th century to give you a sense of the kind of cultural and physical environment that Jews were living in when they left Spain. We should now look at the 17th century just for a minute. And for those of you who are regulars in this class, we've talked about Shabbatai Tzvi, I think twice now. We talked about Shabbatai Tzvi himself, and then we had another lecture where we talked about his rather bizarre wife, Sarah. There's also a whole story unto herself. But just to give everyone who's perhaps a newcomer to this audience, and because the Shabbatai Tzvi plays a role in the later story of the Chidah, an interesting character. It comes from the Eastern world. He was from Smyrna in near Greece, where he was a rather talented, quite brilliant, well-loved young scholar, known to have a beautiful appearance, a sweet voice, prone to sort of lone wanderings in the forest, and perhaps with a somewhat delicate personality. At some point, he had some kind of a psychotic break, and he began to regard himself as the Messiah. There are different ways to understand the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. The older historiography tends to portray him as more of a villain, a charlatan. The reality is more and more research, really in the last half of the 20th century, has demonstrated that probably he was just mentally ill. And he was taken advantage of by some of his supporters, who encouraged him and perhaps, reinforced the worst aspects of his illness. And unfortunately, it triggered a Europe-wide phenomenon that swept up tens of thousands of Jews in its wake. At any rate, he was actually so popular that it became a non-Jewish phenomenon as well. The line drawings that I'm going to show you here are, in fact, Christian works that were circulated because non-Jews wanted to know, what kind of guy what is going on with the Jews? Anyways, he proclaimed himself as the Messiah, claimed to be able to levitate, to traverse vast distances with kvitzot haderech, with mystical powers. He abolished traditional fast days, behaved in an antinomian way. At one point, married a Torah scroll. Another point, there's lots of crazy things that he did at the time when he was in some of his, what they call illuminations. But he gathered a massive following of Jews who were so broken by the suffering of 1492 and the later Ukrainian rebellion under Khmelnytsky that many of them turned to Shabbatai Tzvi saying, in fact, he must be the Messiah. I mean, how much else do we have to suffer? It must be the time of Mashiach. He must be here finally to take us. So wherever he went, he gathered hundreds of Jews out to follow him, and many of them sold their property and made their way, following Shabbatai Tzvi, towards Israel. He had to make one stop. It was very important in Constantinople, where he would meet with the Sultan, and then he would present himself as Mashiach, and the Sultan would then say, very good, let me give you Jerusalem so that you can initiate the end of days. Here you see, by the way, his principal propagandist, Nathan of Gaza, leading these massive hordes of Jews who would sell their property at a pittance and then just take a small amount of cash and go make their way with Shabbatai Tzvi. When, however, he confronted the Sultan said, I have an excellent counteroffer. How about I let you keep your head if you become a Muslim? He had a flash of sanity, and he said, you know what, that sounds like a very appealing counteroffer. And so after being imprisoned briefly, he became a Muslim, and most of his followers simply, dejected, fled his movement and tried to rebuild their lives back in their homes and throughout Europe. A small but significant number were so committed to Shabbatai Tzvi. I had actually an interesting discussion with one of my students about it, comparing it to contemporary politics in America. You can just use your imagination. That they believed in him so much that there was nothing that he could do wrong, and it must be that we should justify even the crazy things that he did. And so a group of Jews, who were later called the Dunmeh, figured that if Mashiach converts to Islam, it must be that that's what we're supposed to do too. We're supposed to convert to Islam, and we're supposed to do this like world tour of all these Middle Eastern religions, and only then will Mashiach come. So the Dunmeh actually converted to Islam. Jews who converted to Islam, they maintained endogamous relations for a couple hundred years. They're right up through the 20th century. Several Dunmeh played major roles in Turkish politics later on. Perhaps we'll talk about them in the last lecture when we talk about crypto Jews. But at any rate, the movement ended in a tremendous defeat. It was not a sudden and sharp break, because Shabbatai Tzvi had such an influence. We should realize that much of his Torah was very appealing, very thought-provoking, stimulating. It did not read like Narishkar. It did not read like ridiculous ideas. A lot of his thought was very, very persuasive, and many thinkers, you would be surprised if I gave you some of the names, many very mainstream thinkers were engaged to one degree or another in Sabbatean thought. So for the next 100 years or so, many Jews in Europe were like having a mini inquisition, where there was always a taint of suspicion of anyone engaged in mystical thought. There was a question, perhaps he was actually a secret Sabbatean. In some cases, especially with kind of B-rated figures, they were actually closet Sabbateans. In other cases, they just maybe looked at some of the books and quoted a few ideas. But nevertheless, the Jews in the 17th century were having a really hard time dealing with these kinds of challenges. And this brings us to the immediate 18th century and the foundations of the life and work of the Chidah. One of these messianic movements was led by an Eastern European rabbi named Yehuda the Chassid, not to be confused with Yehuda Chassid from the 12th century. Yehuda Chassid led several hundred Jews from, I think it was Poland, if I remember correctly, and Germany to Israel, who were laboring under the misconception that the Messiah was to appear in the year 1706. Bear in mind that the height of Sabbatean activity was the 1650s, early 1660s. This is 50 years later. And Yehuda Chassid brought somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 Jews to Israel, who also sold all of their belongings, anticipating that the Messiah would be revealed and we would have the dawn of a new era. When they landed in Israel, penniless and without any means of support, they overwhelmed the local population in Jerusalem by at least 100%, meaning there was one of these followers of Yehuda Chassid for every native Jerusalemite Jew. And then within a couple of months of their arrival, Yehuda Chassid dies. And now they're left alone and leaderless, bereft of economic support whatsoever, and Jerusalem goes into a precipitous economic crisis, the Jewish community specifically. They borrow heavily from Muslims, and they are unable to repay the loans, so much so that in 1720, the Muslims actually seize the central courtyard and synagogue of these Ashkenazi Jews and destroy it, and for debts that were outstanding. Absolutely intolerable kind of situation. And this is the period when the Chidah was born. Okay, now let's finally speak about our subject. I apologize for taking so long to get up to it. The name Chidah, he's known as the Chidah, HaChidah, as is common in Jewish practice. It's an acronym for his name, Rabbi Chaim David Azulai. The word Chidah also means secret or riddle or puzzle, so it's kind of a clever acronym. His father was a famous Sephardic Kabbalist. His mother was an Ashkenazi Jew. It's impossible that his mother was perhaps one of the original immigrants, or perhaps a child of the immigrants who made it to Israel under Yehuda Chassid. His years, however, are 1724, which indicates that she's most likely someone who was a very young child at the time that they arrived. And he died in Leghorn, also known as Livorno, Italy, in 1806. His birth was occasioned by something of a miracle. When he was born, all of the attending physician, midwife, and in fact his own mother thought that he was stillborn, that he was dead. But his Bobby, the grandmother, refused to accept this, and she managed to get him to scream and suddenly realized, in fact, that he was alive. So he dedicated most of his later Torah to his Bobby, to his grandmother. And in writing, he specifically dedicates her for managing to save his life somehow. He was a child prodigy from his youth. Apparently, at the age of 13, he was also already giving classes to people who were 3 times his age. And he was especially associated with a Kabbalistic synagogue there in Jerusalem, and then later in Hebron. He's famous for so many things, but I'm going to focus on 2 things in particular. First of all, as a great Jewish literary figure, he composed some 85 works. About 65 of them have eventually seen print. The other 25 have either been lost or remain in manuscript. Most of them are fairly small, but some of them are really quite massive, huge honkers of tomes. The most famous of which he actually wrote a massive 2-volume collection called Shema Gedolim, which he wrote in 40 years, 40 days, lost the manuscript and wrote it by heart. It's like an amazing thing you could do this. An encyclopedic work that we'll discuss later on. He also is quite interesting from a historical perspective because he wrote a brilliant memoir, later published in 2 volumes under the title Ma'agal Tov. It may not have been his own title, but in fact, it's not even clear if he intended to publish his memoirs. They may have originally been started as kind of like his own personal journal associated with the job that he had to do, as we shall discuss. But later he decided to develop these and flesh them out, and it's clear he's writing for later readers. The Magal Tov, the word Magal in Hebrew means like circuit or circle, and it refers to it's in 2 volumes, the 2 major trips he took as a meshulach, as a charity collector for the Jews of Hebron in the south of Israel. Here is a map of his 2 major trips that he took in the middle of the 18th century, starting out here in Hebron, making his way all the way across the Mediterranean basin into northern Italy, Livorno, which was a major center at the time, and then all the way through northern Europe, up into Amsterdam and London, then coming down to the south through Paris and Bordeaux, primarily visiting Sephardic communities, but also some Ashkenazi communities, visiting nearly 200 recorded Jewish towns on the way, and then he brought back the funds to Israel. He was then sent out a couple of decades later, where he made a slightly different trip. This time, the first time he also went to Istanbul and the Ottoman Empire. The second time he skipped that, he stayed primarily in the West. But he left us this amazing record of what it was like to travel through Europe and go to these Jewish communities. And we have now a phenomenal document that has not been studied enough. In fact, it's only been translated into English once in the 1980s, and in many ways a brilliant translation, but could be brought up to contemporary standards, and there's a lot more research that can be done. Okay, so that we're going to spend a lot of time looking at these particular excursions. This, by the way, is his signature, which gives you the kind of mystical, Kabbalistic feel of his persona and the larger type of issues that he worked with. I have no idea even how to read this. I don't know where to start, if it's backwards, forwards, whatever. Okay, so what he was doing. The institution he was involved in is called shlichut, or he was on a mission. The shaleach in Hebrew means to send out, and a person who is sent out is called a meshulach, meaning someone who is sent, or someone who is shadar, which is shliach the rabbanan, a messenger, an emissary of the rabbis. And basically, he was sent out to collect tzedakah for the impoverished Jews of Israel. You recall that they're struggling because their population suddenly doubled with all of these Ashkenazi freeloaders who are showing up as part of our managing well, and all these Ashkenazim come. Some of them are Hungarians. They take all the furniture, cover it with plastic, put chandeliers everywhere, everything's on credit. So he was sent out to collect the money. Now, it's a really interesting kind of institution. Why would someone want to do this? And these trips, by the way, took like 3 years. These are massive trips, leaving his family behind and so on. And I talked about this with my wife the other day, and it was so exciting. I'm reading about the Chidah. That's what he did. It's so interesting. And of course, my wife's reaction, it's always 180 degrees what I'm thinking about. She's saying, what's going on with his wife and kids? Like, how come we don't have any books about what his wife and kids have to put up with while he goes gallivanting off, visiting all the great museums of London and Paris? She's at home in Hebron, dealing with all these Ashkenazim. What's going on? So I could not, as usual, answer my wife's queries satisfactorily, at least not to her satisfaction, but we'll try. But among the motives for being a shaliach are obviously it's tremendous communal responsibility. It's a great honor to be able to support the community this way, but it's also very profitable. The Meshulachim, and we have great records of how the Meshulachim worked in the 18th century. They keep 1/3 of everything they collect, right? Which is, I understand, about the rule of thumb nowadays. That's a huge chunk of money. If you go to a wealthy community and you collect 6 figures, well, you've made, a decent salary right there in a few days visit to Echves, Bal Harbor or something like that. So it can be quite profitable. It's difficult, but your wife and family are cared for by the community that you left behind, and you come back with a massive amount of money. You also need to choose someone. The community needs to choose someone who is trustworthy. entity who will manage the accounts appropriately, will not embezzle the funds, a huge problem that was ongoing with the shluchim in that time, perhaps also in our time, I don't know, because they would have to maintain very detailed and trustworthy records of the monies they collected, the monies they dispersed, and so on. The study by Dr. Lehman that I showed you earlier goes into great detail looking at the records of the central organization based in Constantinople and the kinds of problems they had with less than trustworthy messengers. You also have people who are like free agents who would show up in a town and they had poorly crafted, faked, or missing documentation to prove that they were representing a particular community, and they would represent themselves as being bona fide charity collectors, collect a certain amount of money and move on, and then when the real charity collectors would come, there would be nothing for them because the community had already emptied its coffers. So it's a real problem and something that required attention. Just to give you a little bit of sense of this, when I was studying this, I was reminded of my childhood. Forgive me, this is very therapeutic for me. I was born and raised in a fairly remote part of Canada here, where the red dot is, in a town called Iroquois Falls. And I remember, this would be in the late 1960s, maybe early 1970s, that every now and then this rabbi would show up, and we were the only Jewish family in this town. This rabbi would show up, and my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and I would have to sleep on the living room sofa, and he would get my bedroom for a few nights while he made the rounds in whatever the Jew in this town 10 miles away, Jew in this other town 20 miles away, and so on. And my father told me that this rabbi was collecting for Beis Yaakov in Montreal. I think his name was Shaulson, if I remember correctly. And he would literally, in the 1960s, hitchhike 800 miles from Montreal to go visit all the tiny little towns of northern Ontario. In every town, there's a little Jewish general store that was owned by someone like my father, and he would go from town to town, hitchhiking in areas where there are more bears than people. It's incredible, hard to imagine why he would do that. And then later, the reason I'm showing all of North America is because we moved down to North Miami Beach for my first 10-year track job was down here. And I'm going to show one day, and I show up, and I see there's the rabbi. And he makes the same route, probably not hitchhiking, but it makes it all the way down to North Miami Beach. And of course, he knows my father and my mother and every single Jewish family along Highway 11. It was absolutely astounding. And just to give you a sense of remoteness, this is one of my sons in Iroquois Falls. This is the town, by the way, the whole town. This is everything. Here's the paper mill over here. And if my son were to turn around and look back this way, there would be no human habitation until you go over the polar ice cap and go into Siberia. Because it's so far north. And this is where this Meshulach would travel. It's really mind-boggling that this would happen. So that's the kind of institution that we're speaking about. And the Chidah was one of like these hitchhiking Meshulachim. He went with just one assistant. And we have to realize, by the way, this is a person with a brain the size of Montana. This is a person who, if he just stayed at home and wrote Torah books, he would be incredibly famous. Yet here he is, going from town to town, knocking on the doors of wealthy people to ask for funds for Hebron. It's astounding. It's like, you can imagine a Nobel Prize winner, standing on a street corner with a tin cup. That's the kind of job that the Chidah was doing. So the looking at the map as a whole, the kinds of places that he would go. Constantinople, here on the Bosporus, this little strait that separates the Black Sea from the Adriatic and the Mediterranean, very important town, and it's the center of the Eastern Empire, the Ottoman Empire. Istanbul, of course, is the Muslim name. That would be the center of the Sephardic diaspora. That's where the Jews had the most power, and it was the capital city of the entire Ottoman Empire. So the central organization of these Meshulachim was based in Constantinople. And as Dr. Lehman points out, one of the important things that happens at this time is that the Sephardic diaspora, through the activity of people like the Chidah, begin to organize themselves as a diaspora community. Rather than losing their identity by being subsumed within the local cultures that they arrive, people like the Chidah are kind of like the arteries and veins that connect one community to another, often living with some degree of hostility with their non-Sephardic neighbors, and connecting them to the idea that they are all part of one diaspora, that they are one klal, so to speak, that is Sephardic in nature, despite their far-reaching connections. This diaspora was very difficult to manage. The languages of the central authority, the Pite Kushta, the appointed people of truth is the name of the organization. They would have to communicate in Ladino, which is basically a Spanish vernacular written in Hebrew characters. They would also communicate in Turkish and in Hebrew, and in different types of handwriting as well. They would have to, different styles of calligraphy. They would have to send letters ahead to communicate with whichever communities these shluchim would attend to. So this is a very complicated, hard to understand diaspora, and somehow the work of people like the Chidah really tie them together. If you look, for example, at the Sephardim who are associated with Syria, and the Sephardim who are associated with Morocco, and the Sephardim who are associated with Amsterdam, very, very different cultures. And especially over a couple centuries, they grew further and further apart. But the role of the Chidah was to still connect them together, to remember that Israel is really the beating heart, the center of the Jewish body politic, literally, and maintain their identity as a diaspora community. So why was he such an amazing scholar? This is a source, by the way, I didn't have the opportunity to consult. It's a more popular work, but by the very prolific young man named Yehuda Azulai, written quite a bit of work on Sephardic greats, and I look forward in particular to reading his biography of Rabbi Yosef. The Chidah was like a dream mushalach. He was a tremendous scholar. On his first voyage, he tended to be viewed with a certain degree of skepticism, because if you imagine him walking into some German village and he's dressed in, traditional Sephardic attire with a long robe and a turban, the picture that we see here is probably not that far off what he looked like. It's true, it is 18th century, so there's a lot of liberties taken. But we have similar kinds of issues with pictures of the Vilna Gaon, for example. But nevertheless, he apparently was very tall, very good looking, was an exceptional speaker, and he would be called upon as he comes into these towns to deliver some Torah wisdom. In many cases, he describes how he is sort of challenged by the local rabbis to a kind of impromptu Torah debate. And those who are perhaps more insecure in their own knowledge will make it more of an aggressive challenge. And the Chidah was always very careful. He used to, for example, fine himself, a monetary fine, if he ever grew frustrated or angry. He would often, put aside money that in this or so. But he would manage all of these strange kind of encounters in a very appealing way. He was quite ascetic. He insisted that while he traveled, he would not sleep on a bed. He slept on boards wherever he went. He was a vegetarian during the week, and for the Sabbath, because he was never entirely sure about the kashrut of whatever village he happened to be staying in. And by the way, he and his assistant were quite often dependent on the services of non-Jews to convey them to their destinations. And every now and then he had to spend Sabbath out in the forest or in a desert even, in all kinds of difficult situations. He mentions, the diary is just a mind-blowing kind of thing. He mentions, for example, when he was in England, and I've been to Scotland where I think I've seen things like this. He needed, and it's a diary, but it's a travel log. It's very entertaining anyways. He describes how he needed to relieve himself. And, so the caravan that he was with had stopped. They were like, you imagine like some mules and some some carts and things like that. So he went to look for a more private place to relieve himself, and he saw this low stone wall, right? You imagine in Scotland, they've got all these sheep around and stuff like that. This low stone wall, and on the other side of the stone wall, he saw what looked like solid earth. So he decided he would just hop over this stone wall and do what he had to do. But on the other side of the stone wall was a cesspool. He didn't realize it. He ended up to his chest in this fill, and he could not get out. It was like, and so he started screaming until some non-Jewish woman in a farmhouse nearby came out, and they pulled him out. Imagine, he's dressed in all this Ottoman garb with the turban and everything, and he's smelling. And he describes how you had to cover him in blankets and stuff like that. These are the kind of adventures. Imagine the Gadol Hador, this great rabbi, with these kinds of very human adventures. It grounds you in the kind of things that he's dealt with. He learned to shecht his own chickens, and he would shecht the chicken on Friday for his meal. Otherwise, he tended not to partake in the food wherever he ate. And there are a lot of interesting, miraculous stories associated with him. So much so, I'll show you at the end of this lecture. There's actually an app for your iPhone where you can read one miracle a day associated with the Chidah. So many of these amazing stories. One, though, I find very appealing, that apparently he was brought an 8-month-old child to visit, and a very precocious child, and he actually taught the child the Hebrew alphabet, which everyone thought was amazing, and then he kissed the child on the forehead, and a few days later, the child died. Then people said to him, it's just a horrible, terrible story, but he said to them, you don't realize that child was actually Mashiach. Mashiach was born in our generation, but we were not ready to receive him. It's kind of woo-woo stories, but you get a sense of what kind of person he was. Okay, so let's talk about the first expedition. Here's the title page, Magal Tov Abed, and you can see in this map here. Whoops, I didn't go over the map here. This is the first expedition. Takes them out all the way out into North Europe, out to London, back down through the Sephardic regions of Spain. Of France, and then back out to the Ottoman Empire, where he reported to the central authorities there, and displayed the Pinkas, the record of the monies he brought down, and then back down to Jerusalem, turn over. To give you just a sense of some of the adventures he had, I talked about some of the receptions that he received. You also have to realize that he had to get frisked by the TSA constantly. He had to go into these many different countries, one after another, with all kinds of different rules. He describes, for example, that when he went into one particular town, I believe it was in Germany, but I can't recall off the top of my head, and they told him in advance, the Jewish community said in advance, listen, in our community, this particular nobleman who runs our town is insistent on the Jewish hat. Right? There was a ban that was placed in the year 1215, so this is already 500 years later. It was widely ignored, but that Jews had to wear some identifying clothing, either a round badge on their chest, sometimes 2 tablets of the law, but quite often a ridiculous conical hat called the Judenhut. And they gave him one. They said, you got to wear this. You can't go in town without this. He was convinced that this was not only undignified, but it can't be serious. I mean, this is, after all, the 18th century, please. He describes how he put the hat in his cloak, and he walked around as normal inside the town. He got arrested, and he got dragged before the magistrate, who fined him 100 golden pieces, which was like an astronomical sum of money. And he managed to argue his way out of it by saying, hey, listen, I had it on my person. I was technically wearing it. I wasn't actually wearing it on my head. It was in my pocket. That's good enough, isn't it? Well, if you see the boys go out and play basketball, they have the kippah in their pocket or sometimes in their mouth. That's close enough, isn't it? Okay, I thought it was funny, but anyways. So he describes these kinds of adventures and difficulties that he has as he's traveling. Quite often he was subject to danger. He's carrying a lot of money. He has to bring this money with him. And it's true that when he gets to a more established town, then he can work with the Jewish community there and engage in bills of exchange, essentially checks that will be sent back and that will be honored. But, on the open road, if he's walking out of a town with, how many golden pieces in different currencies, certain currencies are illegal to possess in different territories, tremendous dangers that he's faced with for years, and he put up with them. Very adventuresome. He also describes he's quite an intellectual, he's got incredible, insatiable intellectual curiosity. Whenever he stays in some wealthy man's home, a gavir, wherever he goes, he wants to know what kind of books they have there. And he writes down his diary. Oh, they had a great copy of this, and I read it. They had a great copy of this book, and I saw it. And I saw this manuscript version, and it had differences from the book that I read in Constantinople. And he keeps the record of everything that he read, when he got to whatever location he went to. He loved going to museums. He has an amazing description of the things he saw in the Louvre and the British Museum. He goes in there and he describes for the curious Hebrew reader what was on display there. He even saw the coronation of the new Ottoman Sultan when the first one died, when he was there, and he describes in great detail exactly who was in the coronation parade, how many of them, and what they wore. It's a travel log. It's a fascinating document. He also is introduced, because he's something of a celebrity himself, especially on the second trip, he's introduced to some fascinating people. And we learned about, for example, his visit with a Jewish man named Perrier, who invented sign language. And Perrier was a Sephardic Jew living in France, who was the first person to actually teach a deaf mute to sign with his hands. It's a Jewish invention, amazing. And he went to meet him, and he was astounded. The child that had been taught by Perrier could speak French and in Hebrew by signing the alphabet. And, the Chida has a sense of humor. He says, I was so amazed by this that just for fun, I tried, just wiggling my fingers in different ways. And he says the child looked had a look of consternation on his face. And Perrier said to him, please don't do that. You just made a vulgar gesture, right? So he's obviously joking around there, but nevertheless, it's an amazing story. And we get to meet some of these celebrities in the description of the Chida's travels. Also, a very heroic individual. I'd love to do a lecture on him someday. Now, all of this stuff is fascinating, but what most people know him for is what he wrote, which is absolutely stunning. First of all, there's this book here called Shem HaGadolim, which is probably his best-known work. Shem HaGadolim literally means the names of the great ones. It's a 2-volume compendium, about 4 inches in width, that has some 2,000-odd citations, if I remember correctly. In one volume, it's a citation of every Jewish book that he had ever seen, which is astonishing. I mean, think about it in a bibliographic context. He listed them all alphabetically, every single book. This is a list from one of the early printings of it, under the letter O Tzadik, on everything written that started with the letter Tzadik. The second volume is a list of all the authors by name and what they wrote. A phenomenal piece of library scholarship with, not just a catalog. He wrote about what's inside these books, what kind of materials are there. And this is besides many important commentaries such as the Birkei Yosef on the Shulchan Aruch and things like that. This is like a huge contribution. I will tell you that, thank God my wife and I, we have 6 kids. And after the first few, we started running out of names. We didn't know exactly who to name our kids after. So we went to our rabbi, because we're Baalei Tshuva. We figure the rabbi knows everything. He's going to tell us what to do. The rabbi says, go look in Shem HaGadolim for names. Go look at Chida's work until you find a name that makes sense for your child. So that was an interesting it's a go-to source, like the baby name book as well. The idea of name your child. The only problem is, what happens if you have a girl? Right? They're all guys in these books. There's no girls in it. So, anyways, one other book that I personally studied many times over and I got a lot out of is this book called Chok L'Yisrael, which is not authored by the Chidah, but he composed a major part of it. Basically, it's a 5-volume series, as you can see here, and it's inspired by the Rizal, one of the great Kabbalists of the city of Tzfat, who had a particular practice of learning a certain number every day, a certain number of verses of the Torah, a certain number of verses of the Haftorah, a certain number of verses of the Ketuvim from the Bible, and then a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Talmud, and a little bit of the Zohar. And that was his regimen every single day. One of his students, the Arizal students, figured out exactly which verses, and he set it all down to order. And so you can study the entire Torah and the Haftorah and so on this daily basis. The Chidah took this and said, wow, this is a great idea, but let's make it a little bit more fulfilling by adding a section of halacha and adding a section of musar, a section of ethical writings. And he fleshed it out with more modern materials, such that, the daily regimen, if you read Hebrew well, you can probably finish it in about 15, 20 minutes. I think there's an English translation. I know there's a Spanish translation. It might take a little longer, but although he did not insert his own writing into it, he really edited it. You nevertheless get a real feel for who he was because of the sections that he chose. Very deep, passionate connection to ethical behavior and so on. So the second expedition, somewhat more difficult. Now he's coming back when he was in his 50s. The first expedition he started when he was late 20s, and he was this brilliant, young, charismatic individual, but not so well known. By the time he went across in his 50s, already he's a senior scholar with an entirely different sort of bearing and character. Everywhere he went, he was treated with tremendous respect, and people didn't regard him as a meshulach anymore. People didn't show him any disrespect as being, to use the Yiddish term, a schnorrer, someone who was begging for money. They treated him like a visiting dignitary that, in fact, he was. He was, of course, very successful with his collection efforts, but he was also importuned on multiple occasions to stay and be the rabbi of a local community. An issue that he felt very difficult not accepting these positions because the communities treated him so well, and he clearly felt that he was needed and loved, but he managed to break himself away almost every time. He was heartbroken when he learned, however, en route that his wife Rachel had passed away, and that took him down quite a bit in terms of his energy and also in terms of his desire to return. Many of his family had already relocated to Livorno. He had children living in Livorno, and in the end, he decided that he would stay in Livorno, and he spent several years there, where he finally passed away, being with his children. He did remarry another woman by the same name, ironically, tried to rebuild his life, but he brought it to an end there. I'll just focus on one last detail about his trip, which is discussed in Dr. Lehman's books. He received very different reception, particularly on his first trip when he went to Ashkenazi communities. Because very often, when you go to Sephardic communities, you regard him as, to use the Ladino term, unzera, one of ours. He's Sephardi. Those who are laughing know you're fluent in Ladino. It's actually Yiddish, but anyway. The Ashkenazim, on the other hand, were very like, sorry, you're from the Sephardic community of Hebron. We only give to the Ashkenazic community of Hebron. So we're not really interested. And he was often turned away empty-handed or with very niggardly gifts from these Ashkenazi communities, so much so that he often had to rebuke them in order to get them to donate more generously. This began to fade, especially when he came by the second time, but it portrays a kind of like a growing split between the Ashkenazim and the Sephardim in the 18th century. Okay, to close our lecture, here's the shot from the app, Chidah HaYomi, the daily Chidah. The most important aspect of the Chidah's life, from a perspective many centuries in the future, is of course his literary legacy. But we should also recognize that with his tremendous personal efforts for the poor of Hebron, he also served a major function in tying together this disparate Sephardic diaspora, and also by connecting all of these far-flung communities to the central homeland in Israel. Here was a real-life, legitimate emigrant from Israel, or traveler from Israel, who was showing up in Amsterdam, in London, and saying, I need money back for the poor of Israel, that constantly reminded the Jews of their connection to the Holy Land. In fact, many Zionist historiographers really emphasize his role in planting the idea of early Zionism in the mind of 18th century Jews, because it really connected them to the concept that there are Jews living in Israel today. Let us recall, we're talking only about, before the Ashkenazic onslaught of 1700, we're talking about 1,000 Jews living in Jerusalem, a tiny amount of Jews. So the idea that all of these hundreds of thousands of Jews living in the diaspora could still see Jerusalem as their homeland was very significant. So he really did a lot to solidify the idea of a Sephardic diaspora. Furthermore, the hostility which he occasionally encountered from Ashkenazim, more on the first trip than on the second trip, indicates the tendencies, the centrifugal tendencies that could have torn apart the Jewish community were it not for people like the Chidah. There is one last miraculous story associated with his re-internment. In 1956, Chief Rabbi of Israel, noting that the Chidah had always wished to be buried in the homeland, petitioned successfully to have his body re-interned from Livorno, and in fact he received a burial with dignity. Here is his mausoleum on the Mount of Olives. But there's one last small story. Sorry, Har HaMenucha, the Mountain of Rest. Thank you. There's one interesting, a tough audience. People know a lot, but I'm in trouble. I'm going to take that out of the internet so it doesn't look. So there's one amazing story associated with it that's told by Rabbi Mordechai Eliyahu, that when they transfer his bodies, you may be familiar with this idea that the bodies of tzaddikim, the bodies of the righteous, do not decompose, right? It's like that joke, what is Beethoven doing lately? The answer is decomposing. But sorry, okay, let's just go back, serious. So the bodies of tzaddikim, this is a widespread mystical belief that the bodies of the tzaddikim do not decompose. So the story told by Rabbi Eliyahu is that, when they put the body of the Chidah in the plane, there were two occasions on the trip when, in fact, the coffin fell and was actually turned upside down. And so when they wanted to remove the body from the plane and they were going to take him for interment, the rabbi said, we can't just bury him without making sure that his body is resting in a dignified position. The rest of the Chevra Kadisha, the burial society, didn't want to open the coffin, didn't want to get involved, but Rabbi Eliyahu, who was the chief among them, insisted. And so he apologized, as is the custom. He apologized to the Chidah's body that he would not intend to do it any injustice or indignity. They opened the coffin, and he did not look. He just put his hands in to make sure that the bones were arranged properly. And he said that from the way it felt, in fact, the body of the Chidah did not feel like it had decomposed at all 200 years later. True story, 150 years later. Anyways, that's the story for today. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the life of the Chidah as interesting as I did. Next week, we'll look at a very different individual. We'll look at Sir Moses Montefiore, also a person of tremendous heroic stature, working tirelessly for the benefit of the Jewish people. Thank you for your attention, as always. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I really got so much inspiration out of hearing about the life of the Chidah. What am I hearing? I was reading about the life of the Chidah, doing the research for it was just fascinating. And what strikes me the most, perhaps, is the fact that this is a person of really global importance in terms of his scholarship and his erudition. And he had such a difficult even menial job, particularly in his first tour when he was traveling around, literally knocking on doors, collecting money for his community back in Hebron. It reminds me of that passage in the Talmud that says, "Al tehi birkas hedyot kal be'enecha." Do not regard the blessing of an ordinary person as of little meaning. It's not really kind of an awkward translation, but on the fly. Meaning, when an ordinary person gives you a blessing, take it seriously, because the person could be someone as great as the Chidah. You would never have any idea. Anyways, tremendous contribution to the creation of a Sephardic diaspora identity. And we should recall that at this time, Sephardic Jews are speaking English, Portuguese, Turkish, Hebrew, Italian, Ladino. Of course, they're all scattered all over, and yet somehow people like the Chidah are able to bring them together, as we saw some of the research from Matisyahu Lehren on the pan-Jewish identity. Okay, that's it. Last shameless plug. If you're interested in the Jews of Ukraine, check out the newest revision of my book that just came out. I'm very pleased with it. I hope you have a fantastic Purim that's coming up this week, and I'll see you, God willing, next week. Thanks for watching. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. This week we have an amazing person to speak about, someone who lived just a little over a century and had a phenomenal impact on the entire 19th century, and in many ways a lingering legacy that continues to inform the way we relate to each other as Jews even into the 21st century. A person of truly towering proportions, someone who had personal influence in so many parts of the globe, and was really an inspirational character that I got a lot out of in doing the research for this particular presentation. I'm speaking, of course, about Moses Montefiore, an extremely important philanthropist from England who was extremely involved on a personal level on the rescue of many Jewish communities, both with his wealth, but also with his tremendous force of personality and the pressure that he brought to bear in so many different political environments. Many regarded him as a Messiah-like figure because of the salvations that he was able to bring to individual Jewish communities, especially in the Near East. His life is somewhat more complicated, but the deeper we go into his personal background, I think you will find that it is as inspirational as his tremendous achievements were. Let's do our good and wealth, though, very quickly. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by Christopher and Anne-Marie Bray. They've long sponsored a lot of our lectures here by donating to our scholarship fund, and it's especially appropriate, I think, that longtime sponsors should be associated with the name of Montefiore. Our source today is going to be Abigail Green's recent biography, a real honker of a book here, about 500-odd pages, published by the Belknap Press of Harvard. Really an impressive piece of scholarship. She herself happens to be a descendant of Montefiore, but she's also a professional historian, and it's very clear that her training is really what dictates the voice of her research. At the same time, it's fascinating to read about some of the inside scoop that she gives us. Like, for example, I'll speak a little bit about one moment when Montefiore's life was miraculously saved, and it is a custom at the Passover Seder that all the descendants of Montefiore read the Seder, one page from his diary, in which he describes this personal salvation. So it's a very unusual kind of perspective that a professional, well-trained Oxford historian brings to the task, and it's a very worthwhile read. She's got a tremendous skill with setting the scene, whether it's Marrakesh or Damascus, Ramsgate. You really get a feeling for what's happening, and actually I'm hoping to see if I can bring some of that particular special spice into my own writing. But anyway, that's our primary source for today, her book on Moses Montefiore. So who was this man? His years, as you can see, is 1784 to 1884. 1905. He lived just over a century. In fact, the centenary of his birth was a cause for international celebrations in England, where he was a major political and philanthropic figure, and also among all of the Jewish communities really of the world. He was incredibly influential in finance and industry, where he made his fortune, and at a fairly young age, he basically retired from his business efforts and placed almost all of his energy into Klal Yisrael, into the Jewish people as a whole, traveling the world, helping besiege beleaguered populations, trying to work through some of the political crises that they faced, and also lending of his phenomenal wealth to populations that were desperate for food and suffering from cholera and so on. We'll explore some of those things. He was ultimately knighted by Queen Victoria. He became Sir Moses. It was actually a bit of a scandal when he became the Sheriff of London. The idea that you should call the sheriff by the name Sir Moses, they suggested to him, maybe you could anglicize that somehow to, I don't know, Morris or something like that. Like, my middle name is actually Moshe, Moses, Hebrew, but in English it's Morris. And he said, not at all. I was born Moses, I will die Moses, and you'll call me Moses. Thank you very much. We'll talk about his religious orientation later on in this presentation, but it's quite fascinating. Ultimately made a baron as well. And his main claim to fame, as I mentioned, is his philanthropy and his support of Jewish causes worldwide. Here's one of the many tributes that appeared around the centenary of his birth. These wreaths here have a couple of names of places on it where he had tremendous influence: St. Petersburg, Rome, Morocco, Jerusalem. Of course, we'll speak about how he improved the lives of Jews living there. Damascus, Constantinople. His coat of arms here, he was very proud to actually have the word Yerushalayim in Hebrew emblazoned on his coat of arms. And when his flag flew, when he traveled through the ancient Near East, the Near East, and the Jewish community saw the flag of an English nobleman coming around with this Jerusalem banner, they often broke down in tears. It felt like a messianic kind of moment when this great wealthy individual was coming through with tremendous aid for the population. He was also he liked to record aphorisms, and he jotted down things in his diaries and in the inside flaps of the books. He was an avid reader. One of his most famous aphorisms is "Think and thank." Right? Contemplate and express gratitude. He liked collecting these sort of things. So this is kind of like a tribute image to him on the centenary of his birth in 1884. Cause, as I mentioned before, celebration. I should mention that much of the story that I'm going to tell you today is based on some of the official biographies that have appeared. It happens that he died childless, and he named his nephew Joseph his heir and literary executor. And he had a massive amount of personal papers because, as I mentioned, he was an assiduous journal keeper. He kept diaries, voluminous correspondence all over the globe. And Joseph, some years after the passing of Montefiore, burned almost the entire archive for reasons which are unknown. Some have argued that he wished to avoid exposing his illustrious uncle to the humiliation of scandals that may have been buried in those archives. Others have argued more charitably that he was worried that his uncle would be reified in an idol-like fashion. He didn't want people digging deeply into the documents. And this, is an open question. Dr. Green goes into in some detail, and you can certainly peruse her book for various theories as to why this particular act of destruction was motivated. But nevertheless, we have only a few bits of official biographies that were recorded by several figures important in his life, and we have the official papers that Joseph held back, that he deemed appropriate to be saved. And also, Montefiore had a personal secretary named who was actually a rather brilliant man who came from Eastern Europe with a traditional Talmudic education, but a very broad secular education as well, Dr. Lua. And Dr. Lua he wrote one of the official biographies. He personally could not bear to see so much of this material lost, so he actually rescued a few key sections from the archive. And that, taken together, is basically the source material for the life of Montefiore from his own family archives. Of course, he made such a tremendous impact on so many world governments that there's a phenomenal amount of source material, like journalistic accounts, government papers, and so on, the other side of the correspondence. So Dr. Green was really able to piece together quite a complex picture of a man whose activity over a century had such incredible impact. He was, of course, Sephardi. This is the theme of this semester's activity. We're looking at the Sephardi diaspora. He actually came from an Italian Sephardi family in Livorno. Livorno, also known as Leghorn, was a major trading port in Italy, northern Italy, and it happened that Jews found that to be a very welcome center for their activity. The Medicis had actually passed a law guaranteeing religious tolerance, which was rather unusual for Europe at that time, and so many Jews flocked to that region, primarily because there they could be free to practice their own faiths. Both the so-called the Spanish Jews, Sephardim per se, those were Jews who had fled in 1492 when they were exiled from Spain, and also those so-called Portuguese Jews who were the same Sephardi Jews who had fled first to Portugal, where they were forcibly converted, and then over the next few decades they managed to escape, trickling out of the Iberian Peninsula and then returning back to their ancestral faith once again. Just to give you a sense of the pervasiveness of this community, is split between the Sephardi and the Portuguese. Portuguese was the official language of Montefiore's synagogue in London. But that's actually how they would conduct all of their synagogue business, was in Portuguese, minutes taken in Portuguese and so on. The service was, of course, in Hebrew, and he was quite adamant that the service should not change one iota. In fact, he was one of the most stalwart defenders of the traditional Orthodox service when the Reform movement made considerable inroads into England and tried to bring with it some of the German innovations, such as the introduction of organs to the service and family seating men and women together in the sanctuary. He opposed it bitterly, and while he was alive, he was able to, in fact, withstand much of those social pressures. It did lead to a breakaway minyan. We will not go too deeply into the politics of that, but nevertheless, his particular orientation was definitely very Sephardic and was based on his heritage from Livorno. His parents, of course, were actually English, hence his English citizenship, and they were visiting Livorno, where their parents had come from, and that's his connection there. His wife, shown here, Judith, was actually Ashkenazi, so it was a little bit of an unusual marriage of the time to have one of the Sephardi elite marrying one of the Ashkenazi elite. They had a long relationship. She passed away in the 1860s, if I'm not mistaken. But when he was irritated with her or wished to needle her, he would call her German meine liebe Frau, which is, of course, a Yiddish or German term underlining the second-class Ashkenazi status as the Sephardi elite of London. However, she had another connection. Her sister was married to an important Ashkenazi named Rothschild. So the connection between the Montefiore family and the Rothschild family was cemented through marriage in the two sisters, one of whom, Judith, marrying Moses, and her sister, of course, marrying into the Rothschild family, together with the Goldsmith, a third family from the Ashkenazim. They really controlled a tremendous amount of Jewish wealth and even general English wealth at the time. He was the eldest child of several. Tragically, he lost one of his sisters when her dress accidentally caught fire and she was burned to death, could not be rescued. And then his father died shortly thereafter, and he remained the sole support of his mother from a teenager on. Here's a picture of the two of them together. You can see they're rather quite devoted. You can also get sort of 18th century feel to this image, even though they were married at the beginning of the 19th century. It definitely feels kind of like a Pride and Prejudice sort of image. And here's a closer look at Judith herself. They remained, unfortunately, childless, and this was a cause of great pain to Judith, but she devoted much of her energy to helping women's causes, which often got her husband into trouble, as we shall see shortly. He made his money primarily in the mercantile area as a tea merchant, and then he transferred over to the burgeoning stock market, which is really just developing in the 19th century in London. He partnered originally with his brother Abraham, but they had a major falling out when Abraham married a woman that the rest of the family disagreed with. And in fact, this was kind of like a very sharp red line, a defining line in the sand for Montefiore. Intermarriage was something that he looked on with tremendous disfavor, and in fact, he had difficulty reconciling himself with family members who did marry outside of the faith. He made a tremendous amount of money in tea, and then later in the stock market, even more money, and he invested quite a bit of that into several new industries. He was very interested in gas lighting, which was just coming to England at this time. That is, like we have electrification, they had gas lines running all over the place. It sounds, terribly dangerous, but that's in fact what they had for street lighting and things like that. He was a heavy early investor in that technology. Also in insurance. He saw a tremendous value in the field of insuring enterprises of one thing or another, and he became a phenomenally wealthy person at a very young age, built on a family fortune and made it so many times greater that he was one of the most prominently wealthy Jews of London at the beginning of the 19th century. In 1824, he formally stepped back from his business affairs at the age of 30, although in reality he was regularly back at the office, using his office for various personal activities, personal correspondence, but almost all of his activity was ultimately political or social or philanthropic in nature. So he was still very much working well into his 80s and 90s, but when he was he had actually retired from business per se already at the age of 30. What did he do with his time after that? Well, started out primarily as a travel enthusiast. And just to give you a sense of what it must have been like, he and Judith bought a carriage that looked something like this, and they would travel throughout Europe and throughout the United Kingdom. That would take days upon days for journeys that would, for us, take just a few hours. They would spend weeks traveling from place to place, often in these kind of crowded and heated circumstances inside one of these carriages. But he loved it. He loved to go to the seaside. He loved visiting, remote places, and he was very fond of compiling very detailed travel journals. When they were visiting Livorno, the ancestral family home at one point, he saw boats docked there preparing to go to Jaffa, to Yaffo, Israel, and he was deeply moved by the thought that he could actually travel to Israel per se. This really moved him tremendously. It united the religious elements in his personality, which were profound, and ultimately that's when his personal journey of becoming an internationally active individual began. I should mention at this point, his religiosity is fascinating. His library contained no significant works of Jewish scholarship. It does not appear that he was particularly learned in Judaism, other than the very basic minimum that would be required of a Jewish male to participate in traditional Orthodox services. He was in some cases quite ignorant of the halakha of Jewish law, and he relied very heavily on Dr. Leva, who I mentioned earlier, for guidance in many areas that other Jews simply took for granted. On the other hand, what he did know, he was an immovable force with regards to those halachot, with regards to those aspects of Jewish law, and he would not compromise if he felt that tradition was at stake. He was very much firmly in that line. And we should recall that this is not a typical attitude for wealthy Jews of his class in the 19th century, and I would dare say in the 20th or the 21st century. Sometimes, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I just haven't known enough of the right people, but sometimes when people get very, very wealthy, they kind of feel like, well, it's enough already. Like, it's just beyond what's necessary. I don't mean to malign anyone for having money, and all of those of you on the internet who have money, please share it with our students in a scholarship fund. But he was definitely not like that. He was someone who identified with the poor. He refers many times to the great feeling of anguish he felt when he encountered the poor. And we should say that he was not at all parochial. One of the great platforms of his philanthropic activity was that it had to be for both Jews and non-Jews. When he was serving, and that's one of the reasons why his particular philanthropies, the Holy Land Relief Fund, for example, were so wildly successful, was because he said outright that whatever monies we collect, which are intended for the poor of Jerusalem, will be given to anyone in Jerusalem who is poor. Jewish, Christian, Muslim, it matters not. And that drew in a tremendous amount of support from non-Jews as well to support these particular activities. So he was not at all parochial, and many charitable organizations chose him specifically to be the vehicle for their donations. Let us remember what we talked about last week when we looked at the Chidah. This is a period in which philanthropy is really changing dramatically. The whole history and mechanism of Jewish philanthropy is changing because the individual communities in Israel would send quite often their messengers, like the Chidah that we saw last week, and the Chidah and other messengers, Meshulachim, would go from town to town and would collect money, and they would typically keep 1/3 of everything they collected for themselves, which meant that there was a certain number of charlatans who would come, and they would also represent Hebron, and you have 2, 3, 4 people representing the same poor population coming through town. And if you just gave, 100 lira to the first collector representing Hebron, and the second guy comes, he's also representing Hebron, and you begin to wonder, how much of my donations are actually overhead, and how much are actually getting to the poor people of Hebron? So there were several competing organizations that claimed to collect and organize and administer these collections such that the overhead was minimized. Montefiore did not intend to compete with these organizations, but quite often people just said, you know what, I don't know what to do with all of these solicitations I'm receiving. Let's just give it to Montefiore and he'll take care of it. And in fact, he did. So this is something that we see even in the charitable world today. But let us go back to our story of Israel. So he made 7 trips to Israel in total. And let's recall that trips to Israel in the 19th century were nothing like the trips we have today, where it's harder to get to JFK than it is to get to Jerusalem. It's a tremendous, these are trips that were quite dangerous, that required, travel through war zones, it required travel in places where there was no real secure rule of law. Banditry was common. In fact, on their very first trip, no one would travel with them from their dock in Cairo by boat to Israel because they were afraid that they would be besieged by pirates. Finally, they did find one Irishman who agreed to travel with them, and he said, I'm sure we'll be fine, we won't be attacked by pirates, but just to be safe, everybody has to dress like an Ottoman Turk. And in fact, they had to dress up like Turks with turbans, and the whole thing, his wife as well. And they couldn't get any guards to come with them, so he had to secrete all of the money he had with him in 11 small packets, distributing it through his luggage, and just hope that they would not be attacked on the way. Very dangerous kinds of travels. I would like to read you one passage here. I have a couple of passages in which he describes the kind of feeling he had when he was in these places. Okay, so when he first saw Jerusalem, he writes in his diary, "With humble thanks to my God, the God of my fathers, the only true God, we arrived safe, without any accident, in the city of our forefathers, the great and long-desired object of our wishes and journey. May God Almighty bless my dear wife and honored mother, make me more deserving of his manifold blessings and mercies, that I may become every day a better man, a more righteous Jew, and more useful to my poor brethren in general, so that my latter days may be virtuous and peaceable. May my God guard and protect me and my dear wife to the end of our lives, and then receive our souls to his almighty care." You get a sense for the genuine piety that he experienced upon seeing Jerusalem. It was a life-changing experience for him. He, over the course of these several trips, came with many charitable ventures. He was very big into the idea that the Jews in Israel should be given the means to make themselves productive. Let us recall who's living in Jerusalem at this time. Something like 3,000 Jews are there. The community is roughly split, Ashkenazim and Sephardim. Very different attitudes to work, to Europe. Montefiore was an unusual character because of his Sephardi roots, but also his tremendous wealth, coming in these decorated carriages, especially in later trips. And he often enjoyed wearing, by the way, his official uniform as the sheriff of London, even after he was no longer sheriff, which is an interesting. When I think of sheriff, I think of Wyatt Hope. You know, I was 6 guns, but it's not like that. It's like more like the sheriff of Nottingham, right? Except good guy, right? With a big, like, oath of office, medallion of office with red robes and things like that. And he would appear, and people would be astounded that a Jew could be wearing these kinds of clothes and representing, one of the most powerful maritime countries in the world at the time, empires. He believed very much in setting up various types of vocational endeavors for Jews. Sometimes that got him into trouble. The most famous, iconic example of this is, of course, the windmill that's seen in Jerusalem today. The windmill was one of his many attempts to try and get the Jews some means of production. Because of his experience in England and in Northern Europe, he felt that harnessing wind power to ground grain into flour would be something that would enable them to be quite productive. They didn't really think too much about exactly where they put this particular windmill. The wind was not as effective as they would have liked. The thing was constantly breaking down. They didn't have parts for it. So it's more of a kind of a visual icon than a very productive means of production for the Jews, but nevertheless, it was quite a significant statement, and it was a visual reminder of Montefiore's presence there. The almshouses here, by the way, set up for the poor, were paid for, as well as much of the windmill, by a interest of $50,000, which is an incredibly sum at the beginning of the 19th century, from none other than Judah Turo, for whom this college is named. We'll speak a lot about him in a couple of weeks when we come back to it. But Montefiore was the recipient of Turo's beneficence even back then, because Judah Turo wanted to give this money to the poor of Israel, and he chose Moses Montefiore to do this for him. The Yemin Moshe neighborhood of Jerusalem is named after Montefiore himself. His Hebrew name, Moses, of course, in Hebrew is Moshe. Let's just have a quick look at the next thing. So To give you one example of the kind of stories that are associated with them, on that first journey to Israel, they had a tremendous amount of difficulty with the sea at one point when they were crossing the Mediterranean, and there was a tremendous tremendous storm that threatened to capsize the ship. Everybody was terrified, and the sea was raging, and it happened that I don't know why, but they were carrying with them a piece of the afikoman from the last Pesach. Maybe this was some kind of an amulet, a talisman. I mean, there are, just to back up, especially for the people in the internet audience who may not be familiar, on the holiday of Passover, you eat these unleavened bread, sort of like wafers or crackers, absolutely tasteless. No human blood in them whatsoever. That will become relevant shortly. But I shouldn't even say that on anything that's scary. But at any rate, it's just bread and it's just flour and water. And one of the pieces from the meal is called the afikoman, and it's a particularly prized piece that it's saved for the very end. Some people save a little bit of it for various kind of folk remedies. I've seen it placed over the threshold of a door as a kind of a fertility invocation. People do different things with it. At any rate, he had some of this afikoman with him on the trip, and the sea was raging. The sailors were terrified. He went out to the side of the dock of the boat, and he called upon God, and he threw the afikoman into the water, and amazingly, the sea calmed. Everyone was safe. And after that, everyone was blown away, and they said, wow, this guy's a real Moshe for sure. This is really, so they gave him a tremendous amount of credit, and he recorded this in his diary. And this is, by the way, the story that they read at the Montefiore Seder ever since, because his descendants or his extended family recall that moment. As I mentioned, he was very involved with Touro College and healthcare. Sorry, not Touro College, Judah Touro and healthcare, which is something very much associated with the Touro name. He was big into a personal philanthropy as well. One of the major controversies going on in the charitable industry in Israel at the time was how many people are there who are eligible to receive alms. The chalukah, the division of the funds coming in from Europe. Obviously, the census is crucial because when the funds are divvied up on a communal basis, if you walk up and you say, I represent 3,000 people or I represent 4,000 people, that will have a bearing on how much money you can collect for your community. And there were tremendous controversies between various sub-communities in Israel. There were no accurate censuses to try and determine how much money should be distributed. So Montefiore decided that he would personally give a charity to every single individual in Jerusalem who came and asked him for it. And there are some engravings that are presented in Dr. Green's book. I couldn't find it on the internet to put here on the slide, where he's sitting down with Dr. Lula next to him, who's helping with the translation of the various languages. And there's huge lineups of people, kind of like the Lubavitcher Rabbi giving out dollars. Huge lineups of people, and each one would come, and Montefiore is seated there, and they would have a little conversation. He would give charity to them, and of course, this is the way he maintained his census, because he was able to keep track of how many people came to him, and in so doing, he was able to not only get a sense of how much money was needed for how many people, but also to have a personal connection with the people he was helping. It meant a lot to him to actually know the stories of the people who need help, and it had a huge impact. He was not above getting into trouble, however. For example, one of his visits, he was very much interested in visiting the Temple Mount. Again, I'm sure most of you in this audience are perfectly aware, but just for the internet as well, the Temple Mount, which currently houses the Muslim Dome on the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque on top of the site where the Temple of Jerusalem was originally built, both of them. And according to Jewish thought, eventually the third temple will be built, and we'll have to find someplace else for the mosques. But that's kind of like the embassy discussion. At any rate, since the Holy of Holies, the Sancta Sanctorum, the Kadosh Kadoshim, is located somewhere on that Temple Mount, Jewish practice since the destruction of the temple has been that Jews are forbidden to walk on that ground. There are some interesting rabbinic differences of opinion about where exactly is the forbidden part of the territory. And in fact, there are some opinions which are rather outliers to say, no, Jews are allowed to go up there, but the vast majority of rabbinic thought says Jews cannot go onto the Temple Mount. They may not tread anywhere on its steps because they may actually be walking in a place which is permitted only to the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, during the ritual of Yom Kippur. Montefiore nevertheless visited the Temple Mount, and that caused a huge uproar because all these Jewish communities, traditionalist Jewish communities, were saying, how can you possibly transgress and walk in this space? So there are a couple of interesting stories. And actually, he was put in cherem. He was formally excommunicated by the rabbinic establishment in Jerusalem. Despite all the charity, despite all of his good works, it didn't matter if he flagrantly violated Jewish law by walking in the Temple Mount. He was excommunicated. So we should have to pause it and look at this note. There are a couple of stories associated with it. One of those stories is that, in fact, he did not walk anywhere in the Temple Mount. He was carried in one of those sedan chairs. And so the non-Jews, for whom there is ironically no prohibition to walk up there, they carried around. He never actually set his foot anywhere on the steps. That could be. Another story, which is perhaps more powerful and more telling of who Montefiore was as a person, though, is that when he was put into cherem, when he was excommunicated, he asked his secretary to provide a list of all of the signatories of the cherem, all the rabbis who had formally excommunicated him. And of course, he received this list. And then when he was called for an aliyah that following Shabbos, he asked the Gabbai to read a Mishaberach, to read a blessing on all of the men who had excommunicated him. So he repaid their ostracism with inclusion. He repaid it with a blessing. I think that says a lot more about what kind of person Moses Montefiore was. It's also possible, by the way, Dr. Green discusses the problematic dates of this particular harem, that it may not even have been his fault. It may have been his wife's fault. Why? Because among the many projects that Judith was very interested in was women's education. Again, the whole idea of making the Jews, the impoverished Jews of Jerusalem, productive, teaching them a trade, teaching them ways to earn a living. He opened up a Jewish school for girls in Jerusalem. Let us recall, by the way, that this is a good 60, 70 years before Sarah Schneer, before the Beis Yaakov movement. And Sarah Schneer had a tremendous amount of difficulty getting the idea of formal education for women established in a much more traditional community. Let us recall that there's nothing specifically forbidding women from receiving education. In fact, here at Touro College, close to 3/4 of our undergraduates are women, and that's something that's replicated, not quite with that degree of disproportion, but in the academic world in the early 20th century in general. But the fears among the traditionalist community would be that this would be the leading edge of much more global, far-reaching social change. If the young girls learn how to read, if they learn how to do mathematics, if they learn how to, keep books or operate computers or become assistants, who knows what would happen, could lead to, mixed dancing or race. So the Sephardic community ultimately came around to it, and all of the female students who showed up were Sephardic women. The Ashkenazi community completely banned it. And the cherem that Montefiore was put into, according to Dr. Green, was probably more due to the upset over the idea of educating women in a formal environment as opposed to in a home environment that was occasioned by this. And nowadays, of course, in the 20th century, 21st century, we no longer have any controversies about women getting educated. That's a perfectly, I'm joking. I'll probably cut that out of the internet, but I can get into trouble. Anyways, that's some of his. Let me just read you one other thing. After coming back from Israel, he was definitely a changed man. He was definitely someone who, although prior to this, he had taken his Jewish identity for granted and his Jewish participation kind of like, sort of typical for his class and station. After visiting Israel, he was a changed man. And we have here, on his 43rd birthday, on board a ship on his way back from Israel, especially after visiting the tomb of Rachel, which moved Judith very, very deeply. He writes, I humbly pray to the God of my forefathers, my God, the only true God, to grant that I may henceforth become a more righteous and better man, as well as a better Jew, and that I may daily be more deserving of his abundant mercies, that I may, to the end of my days, be guarded and directed by his almighty providence. And when it pleases him to take me from this world, may he graciously receive my soul, pardon and forgive my iniquities, support and comfort my dear, dear wife. This day I begin a new era. I fully intend to dedicate much more time towards the welfare of the poor and to attend as regularly as possible on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday synagogue. And in fact, this is what he did. He turned around synagogue attendance in such a profound way, on a personal way, that it was typical for members of the synagogue, particularly the wealthy classes, to not attend. If they failed to attend a certain number of days, we should try this in today, they were fined. It was a fine that you had to pay. If you didn't show up often enough, you had to pay a fine. So Rothschild, for many years, simply paid fine, and he showed up when he felt like it. But then after visiting Israel, not only did he avoid paying the fine, he gave alms, but he didn't pay the fine, he asked to become the Rabbi himself. And he became the taskmaster. And he was the one who was constantly pestering all of his social circle, why aren't you coming to shul? And he was dragging them in, and he literally revolutionized the whole attitude towards shul among his social class. It was a brilliant personal transformation. He was something of a Baal Tshuva himself in this regard. But we have to go on because there's so much more to say about him. I jumped ahead a little about this, right? I talked about this without even the slide. There you go. So what is, I think, most significant, though, in his religiosity? Because as I mentioned earlier, he was not a learned Jew. He didn't spend a lot of time focusing on the traditional texts, but he regarded his own avoda to be that of chesed. I've given those terms intentionally. The word avoda in Hebrew, avodah in modern Hebrew, or in Sephardic pronunciation, it's hard to translate properly. Literally means work, service, but even that, service is not a great translation. The word avodah has two kind of complementary elements. One idea is, take the Hebrew word melacha, which means labor. It's effort, to do things, to physically carry things and get sweaty. That's part of avodah. If you say an eved, a slave, right, or a servant, depends on the context, but that's someone who physically has to do work. So avoda is something that you have to reach down into your kishkas to do. Kishkas is not a difficult term to translate, but it's something you really have to work to do properly. Avoda, however, is also the term used biblically for worship and service of the temple. Service in the sense of, to use the Hebrew word as well, sharet, to actually provide for another. So the avoda in the temple would be to provide, so to speak, for God, but there's also an avoda for one's fellow, that is to provide for another person. So looking at his attitude, his personal avoda, which is again these two elements of both physical labor, effort, and service to the other, it was defined by chesed. The second term I wanted to define. Chesed, again, hard to translate. It's generally rendered as kindness, but in the context in which it appears a few places in the Bible, it means going beyond what is normal, doing more than is necessary. It's related to the word chassid, right? Like the chassidim in Williamsburg and in Crown Heights and so on. So his chesed, his kindness was beyond the norm. His personal avoda was, what can I do for other Jews? And for other poor people in general, how can I possibly help? And he devoted a tremendous amount of his energy to this specific task. Let's look at a couple of examples. So the Damascus affair was perhaps the defining moment of his chesed outside of the narrow confines of monetary assistance. In 1840, there's a terrible story that a Capuchin monk named Thomas and his servant, who was Muslim named Amara, disappeared in the streets of Damascus. We don't know exactly what happened to him. He was probably murdered and the body lost by because he was involved in some nefarious activities. Bones were later produced in the context of the scandal, but the people who found the bones would not release them to be examined by a forensic expert to see if they were even human bones. They may have been, dog bones or something like that. At any rate, we don't know what happened to them, but they disappeared. A story went around Damascus, however, that what happened to this monk and his Muslim servant was that they were captured and murdered, and their blood was drained in order to make the Passover matzah. Right, the blood libel that has haunted the Jews for centuries. Complete fabrication, has no basis in reality whatsoever, but nevertheless has always spelled doom whenever the libel circulated. Now, it happened that Damascus at this time was under some French control, and a French government employee actively prosecuted the case, believing that this in fact had happened, that the Jews had killed this monk for his blood. They arrested 7 Jews and tortured them horribly. Some of the tortures are described in the Montefiore biography as well. I'm not going to repeat them here, but they're just awful. And what ended up happening is 2 of the tortured Jews actually died while in custody. One tried to save himself by converting to Islam, and the remainder confessed. And that's put under quotation marks, of course, because they're confessing while being tortured. And they listed all kinds of names of Jews in the community, particularly prominent Jews, and said they were all involved in this crime to murder this man. Those people were also arrested, and the whole cycle began again, and it became quite an awful affair. At one point, in trying to seek more information, officials stormed a Jewish school and arrested 63 children and kept them incarcerated, separated from their parents, forcing their parents to give up the names of people who were involved in this plot. An absolutely horrible thing. It happened that one of the Jews that was arrested was an Austrian citizen. And so the Austrian government got involved and said, listen, we don't do these kinds of things. This is already 1840. This is the modern era. We don't do such things. And it was reported in the Austrian press. The Jewish world got wind of it, and eventually it came to Montefiore's attention. And these Jews were still held incarcerated with dire consequences that they would be murdered on this ridiculous charge. So, together with Adolphe Clémieux, shown here, a very important French lawyer, with whom Montefiore did not get along. The two of them ended up being complete rivals over so many things. But nevertheless, they cooperated on this and a few other ventures as best they could. It was resolved to send a delegation to the Ottoman Empire to say this cannot happen, and also complain formally to the French government to indicate that their government agents should not be involved in perpetrating such a crime. So they ended up traveling to Egypt. At the time, Damascus was under the control of an individual in Egypt, and there, Montefiore took advantage of his 6'3" frame and his official sheriff's robes and so on, and he demanded, together with Temieux, that this end. There were some other geopolitical events going on that would be too complicated for our purposes today, but ultimately it became clear to the Egyptian authorities that it would be a good idea to capitulate, at least in some form. So what they did was the Egyptians agreed for the immediate release of the prisoners, although not a pardon. They were just agreed to let them go free. They eventually, they created by the way, there was a burial site created for the monk, and the inscription says, "Here lies Thomas, who was cruelly murdered by the Jews for his blood." And that Montefiore was never able to have that inscription removed from the grave as well. But nevertheless, they also agreed to issue a firman, a document that indicates that, in fact, Jews do not drink Christian blood, and so on. So this was regarded, even though it was not a total victory, they didn't get the pardon, they had other things associated with it. Nevertheless, Montefiore was hailed as a tremendous hero for his personal involvement in bringing about the release of these Jews from the blood libel. And he was viewed by the Jews of the eastern part of the Mediterranean as a tremendous savior figure who was able to sail in from London and be able to actually turn things around for these beleaguered Jews in prison. When he returned to international fame, a commemorative community actually created this massive trophy for him, a kind of a commemorative thing. There's a picture of it in Dr. Green's book. It's in silver. It looks like it stands about 3 feet tall, and it has figures around here of Moses and Ezra, and here's one of the Jews of Damascus. The sphinxes represent Egypt, and on the panels shown down here, there are the whole story of Damascus affair, and at the very top is a depiction of David killing the lion to save the lamb, a famous passage from the book of Samuel. And obviously the imagery is that Montefiore was like David, who goes out and faces down a tremendous threat, the lion in this case, to save the lamb, the Jews of Damascus. So it's a very dramatic moment, probably the high point of his career as a philanthropist and as someone involved in Jewish affairs. But, in the interest of time, I'm going to have to skip through things very quickly. Another major effort was in Russia, where Montefiore was called upon because Tsar Nicholas I, shown here, had issued a decree that all Jews had to be displaced if they lived within 40 or 50 versts of the border. There was a tremendous amount of smuggling that was going on across the Austrian and the German borders with Russia. Jews were suspected, probably correctly, of being involved in that trade. But Nicholas I, in his typically, autocratic and heavy-handed style, simply banished all Jews from this region, causing tremendous dislocation and suffering, demographic upheaval. We should also recall that Nicholas I, here, by the way, is a picture of the Pale of Settlement. This is the region where Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire between 1772, with the first partition of Poland, up until the end of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. This region, it's a strange name in English, Pale of Settlement, but Pale really means region. In Russian and in Hebrew and in other languages, it's just the region of settlement. The term Pale probably comes from English history, and the region that separates the southern part of the UK from Scotland was also called the Pale. We have this phrase in English, beyond the pale, meaning beyond the normal boundaries. At any rate, it's a region of settlement. These are regions where Jews were allowed to live. So any Jews living within 40 or 50 versts of the borders with the West had to move to the interior of the Pale of Settlement, whatever the economic consequences were. Montefiore went over there. He met with a lot of the officials. He actually met with some of the reformers, the Jewish reformers who were trying to create a vocational school system there. He was initially quite impressed. One of the things that he thought was extremely valuable for Jews was that Jews should learn the vernacular. That was a key tenet of the reformers who were establishing these schools in Russia, was to get them to learn the Russian language. In reality, the proselytizing efforts of the church were using these schools in a very profound manner, and Montefiore was eventually soured on that idea because of the interference of the Russian Orthodox Church. But nevertheless, he did like the idea of the vocational schools. He met with Nicholas I officials and attempted to dissuade them from this particular plan. He was not especially successful, but he did spend a tremendous amount of time arguing with them and getting to know the Jews of Eastern Europe as well. He was very moved by his reception in Vilna in particular. He and his wife visited the grave of the Vilna Gaon and shed many tears there, as he describes. But one of the fascinating passages is he had debates with some of the local Hasidic leaders. One, Itcha Meir in particular, and I think of Premishla, if I'm not incorrect. At any rate, they had a long discussion over the question of vocational training for Jews in Russia, and specifically the idea of learning the vernacular. And of course, the Hasidim were opposed to it because they felt that this would represent the end of traditional society. So towards the end of a long debate, I'll just read to you from Dr. Green's book here. That's very appropriate since we just had Purim here. Laura, this is the Montefiore's doctoral assistant and translator, tried to persuade the Hasidim that there was good cause to be made in favor of enlightenment by arguing that if Mordechai had not understood the dialect of Bigtan and Teresh, right? Remember the story that Mordechai overhears and plotting to kill the king. So he says, if Mordechai had not understood the language, he would have been unable to uncover the plot against King Achashverosh. And so his linguistic ability had saved the Jewish people. Rabbi Itcha responded, this is the Hasidic individual responding, that the book of Esther proved quite the contrary. Had it been generally known that the Jews understood the native language, then Bigtan and Teresh would never have been so indiscreet. Right? They would not have spoken in the vernacular because they would have thought he understood. So Mordechai, however, was a member of the Sanhedrin, this is the Talmudic understanding, and therefore a linguist, but the same did not apply to the masses. Unwilling to enter into such high-flown Talmudic disputation, Montefiore intervened pragmatically. Quote, if you oppose the study of secular subjects, who will be qualified to protect your rights before the government? Rabbi Itcha smiled politely. We are praying for the advent of the Messiah. But until then, we are well satisfied with you, honored sir. So it gives you a sense of how Montefiore was interacting with this complicated society, but also how he was regarded by traditional elements. A last period in which, unfortunately, he was not successful, and this shows how the waning of his powers, but it also illustrates the fact that Jews turned to him worldwide, was the horrible Mortar affair. We spoke about this briefly last week. Mortar affair is this story in which a young Jewish child was baptized as a baby by his non-Jewish maid. And when word got out to the church that, in fact, young Edgardo had been baptized many years earlier, the Pope actually arrested the child brought him to a monastery and raised him as a Catholic because he had been baptized. He therefore was a Christian in good faith, so to speak, regardless of the fact his baptism happened when he was a child. This is a famous portrait that tries to illustrate the moment of his seizure by the church. His mother is fainting here. What ended up happening is Montefiore was called upon, much as he was for the Damascus affair, to come and sort this out. Please get this young, I think he was 8 years old at the time, child back from the church and reunited with his family. Montefiore went to Rome, met with many officials, was unable to persuade the church to release the child, despite international pressure, and in fact, he had to go home empty-handed. Mortara was shown here as a baby on the left and as an adult on the right, ultimately grew up to be a priest himself, to engage in proselytizing activity in the Jewish community. When asked about his feelings, he reported that he has absolutely no desire to go back to his Jewish family, and he accorded that sensation to none other than divine grace, that God must have implanted within him the desire to remain a Christian. Steven Spielberg, shown below here, is currently making a film that I'm sure will be an absolutely fascinating movie, which documents the horrible story of the kidnapping of Edgardo Mortara, which is the title of the film. I think it's slated for release 2018 or 2019. So to sum up his legacy, Moses Montefiore, absolutely phenomenal Sephardic individual, who early on realized that his role in the world was far beyond that of an extremely well-to-do London Sephardic Jew. That he could expand his horizons far beyond his Bevis Marx synagogue and reach out to the Jews of the world. He leveraged his phenomenal wealth and his personal charisma and his political clout to literally save thousands of lives around the world, and the world has been transformed by his philanthropic mind and by his ceaseless dedication to the welfare of the Jewish people. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to speaking to you next week.
I guess, what I found absolutely fascinating about that particular presentation, but I really loved it how this is an individual who stepped up to the plate, who saw what he was capable of doing in the world and then acting on it. I mean, it's absolutely mind-boggling. I wonder how many more Montefiores are out there. I wonder how many Montefiores are actually watching this video. That's an interesting idea. If you are even a little Montefiore, please think about what you can do for the world and act on it. That would be great. I'll give you a couple of easy things. First of all, share this video. Maybe that's the extent of your Montefiore-ness. Maybe that's what you can do to encourage someone else who might be able to help others in a significant way. And that is significant in itself. You can be the one to inspire another person to do something great. If you want to push your Montefiore-ness just to the next notch, then think about supporting our students with a sponsorship of one of the lectures. We've got 2 left for this semester, or for another donation to our scholarship fund in general. I'll put the little website on the bottom here. And if you want to do even more, I don't know, the sky's the limit. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Thanks very much.
Okay, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. It looks like a bit of a sparse turnout tonight. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's the subject, because it's a very unusual topic that we're going to address tonight. We're going to look at the life of Daniel Mendoza. A little bit of a departure from our usual fare of, like intellectual and spiritual greats. We're going to go into the physical world. We're going to look at the life of a prize fighter. Fascinating story of his life. Not necessarily kosher in all respects, but this is not a sermon or a drasha. This is a brief history class, so we're going to look at warts and all, so to speak. Let us begin with a thank you to Lieutenant Richard F. Moreno, who has sponsored many lectures, more than one in this particular semester. And this lecture is in memory of his father, Frank Moreno, who was born Pablo Igual Pero in Spain, whose family history, of course, goes through much of the material that we're discussing here. We're very grateful to Lieutenant Moreno for his support of our students and of this particular series. Tonight's sources, there's no book-length biography of Daniel Mendoza, at least in traditional text format, as we shall see. So I relied on a few articles, which were quite fascinating. A beautiful article we'll read from at the beginning of this lecture. Lewis Edwards prepared a paper for the Jewish Society of England, writing in 1938. Fascinating to imagine what it must have been to speak about a Jew who fought back in 1938 in an environment when the Jews of Europe just across the channel were enduring such tremendous persecution in the immediate pre-war era. We'll also look at John Wales' Daniel Mendoza's Contest of Identity, Masculinity, Ethnicity, and Nation in Georgian prize fighting. There's a lot to say about Mendoza and his specific role in embodying Jewish aspirations in a very physical form as a prize fighter, as opposed to a kind of like a pasty complexion, Talmudic, underweight man sitting and learning Talmud all day. Mendoza was a tough little scrapper, as we shall see. And finally, most interestingly, a recent master's dissertation defended at McGill University by Daniel Brody, The Jewish Strongman, Daniel Mendoza, and the Assault on Stereotype in Late Georgian England. A little bit longer study than the other two, and actually quite useful. Unfortunately, one book that I really wanted to look at, I did not get in time to prepare this lecture, but there is a graphic novel on Daniel Mendoza published by Oxford University Press, which is in itself an amazing thing that Oxford University Press is publishing graphic novels. It says something about the medium and how it's maturing. I don't quite get it yet, but I'm hoping to understand exactly why graphic novels are so appealing. Perhaps they're intended for undergraduates and so on, but at any rate, fascinating material. I would have liked to have seen this before this lecture, but I'm putting a plug in for people who want to read more. So let us begin with just the bare biographical facts. What are we talking about here? And it would be appropriate now to speak about Daniel Mendoza in terms of statistics, because after all, he is a boxer and that's what people do, right? His year 1764, we're not precisely sure about that date, but he passed away in 1836. He was 5'7" and 160 pounds. So just to get a size of what that looks like, he had just a little bit of height on me, and I've got a little bit more than a little weight on him. So, in other words, about my size, only more svelte. That's the kind of size we're talking about. And he was the heavyweight champion of the world, fighting as a middleweight. And you've seen those boxers, right? You've seen Muhammad Ali, you've seen Tyson and so on. They're like the size of a school bus. And he was defeating them all. In his record, which is incredible, he fought 37 formal fights. He won 34 of those fights, 30 of which he won by knockout or technical knockout. In this context, technical knockout, TKO, refers to fighting until your opponent is no longer able to continue. May still be conscious, but simply cannot continue anymore. So this little tiny guy, a chutzpah, was fighting against these tough Irish, Scottish, and English men and beating them to a pulp. And he's a Jew. It's an amazing kind of thing. We don't have very many figures like this in Jewish history. Maybe you've heard the joke. It's not really a funny joke, but it's actually a little bit kind of like nasty. But yeah, I'm not even going to tell it. But it has to do with how many Jews are in sports, and it's just not true at all. At any rate, he was very much aware of his Jewish identity and the way that he was perceived as an outsider in Georgian England, and he used that to his advantage. He was always Mendoza the Jew. That's how he was billed in his fights, and it was he intentionally used his outsider status to portray his fights as kind of like a defense of this besieged nation and protect Jewish pride and really elevate the sensibilities of Jews. Even though he had some character flaws, as we shall see, nevertheless, he was regarded as a phenomenal hero in 18th century, early 19th century England. Okay, we should start with a little bit of an apology. As you know, we are talking now about not necessarily the most educated or the most noble of figures. We're not talking, you know, we're putting them in the same series as people like the Chida, Sir Moses Montefiore, Benvenida Abravanel. Put all those away for tonight. We're going to look at a totally different part of Jewish history. And let us recall that, you know, Jewish history is filled with Jewish people. And as Rabbi Beryl Wine, one of the doyens of popular Delta Ed history of the Jews, likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews. That's very much the case here. We're not talking about someone who was, you know, specifically motivated by his Jewish identity or tried to do something noble for the Jewish people. In fact, the opposite, he may have used his Jewish identity for personal gain in some context. But, you know, that's the nature of the subject that we engage in. We're looking at Jewish life and all of its complexity and sometimes its darkness. Lewis Edwards was certainly conscious of this when he provided that paper in 1938, the first real scholarly biography of any of Daniel Mendoza, and he wrote at the introduction, it is suggested that, and you have to imagine he's reading this before an august, you know, panel of intellectuals and scholars and historians at the Jewish Historical Society of England. They're trying to like really reach the highest levels of Oxbridge learning and so on. And he writes, it is suggested that, though an apology is not necessary for the choice of the subject of this paper, an explanation would not be out of place. Meaning, why are we talking about Daniel Mendoza, a boxer, in this august setting? He says, to the muse of history, nothing nowadays is common or unclean. And were the subject of boxing, in fact, even more disreputable than its opponents have claimed, a society purporting to deal with all phases of Anglo-Jewish history could still not deny it an audience. Meaning, Mendoza is a thing, like it or not. Mendoza is an important person who had a huge impact. His Jewish identity was well known, and he was perhaps the most famous Jew in England in the 19th century. And as I think you will find interesting, he was probably the first Jew to meet King George, even before Moses Montefiore and many other people. First of all, we might as well get it another way. He does have a significant criminal record. Now, the archivists looking at his life have not been able to connect every single Daniel Mendoza reference in police records to our Daniel Mendoza. So in some cases, it's possible we're talking about multiple Daniel Mendozas. Certainly, there were crimes committed later in life after he had achieved tremendous fame that are definitely the Daniel Mendoza that we know and love. These earlier ones we're not entirely sure. But at age 18, for example, one Daniel Mendoza was convicted for a mugging that went wrong, and he was part of some kind of gang that was made up of other Jewish criminals. The reality of the history of Jewish criminality is something that goes way back into ancient times. I'm not going to make any statements here about, you know, the proportion of Jewish criminals vis-a-vis the rest of society. My grandmother, Allah Shalom, always used to say that Jewish husbands are always the best because they don't drink and they don't beat their wives, and that's what makes them the best husbands ever. Kind of like a low standard, but I have reached that. I made it. Fraud, perhaps, God forbid. But Mendoza was like right at the bottom. He was with a whole bunch of other criminals running in the streets. And among the things that if this is the same Mendoza, at age 18, he mugged a man. The man tried to fight back. Mendoza took out some kind of blade, perhaps a penknife or something, and stabbed him several times in the hand. He was caught and arrested, and he was in fact deported to a penal colony for 2 years. He disappears for some time. The same would happen to his son, who also picked up a life of crime as well. We know that when he came back, or actually this is a little bit earlier, he had a series of menial jobs. He was a glass cutter, and he was fired because he beat up the boss's son. He was a grocer. Here it says grocer. This is an old 18th century spelling of the word grocer. And he was fired because he had a female boss, and there was some other woman who was constantly accosting her, and so he would zealously defend his female boss. Excuse me, no, sorry, this was a male customers would sometimes bother the female boss, but he came to a rescue. We only know some of these things not from criminal records, but from Mendoza's own account, which can be somewhat self-serving, so we have to read these perhaps with a grain of salt. And as I mentioned, he was deported in criminal proceedings as a youth. It's interesting to note that the Mendoza, nevertheless, was a tremendous hero for Jews, both in his own time and then much later as well. As we can see, another comic version of Mendoza the Great, because, you know, it's hard to find heroic Jewish fighters before the Zionist movement in particular. Like, where do you go to look for these people? You go back to the biblical period, King David, Samson, wow, you know, plenty of them. But then the scope of the Middle Ages, Bar Kokhba, then it's really hard to find fighters. And Jews living under often anti-Semitic, persecutorial conditions, feeling marginalized, feeling weak, feeling stereotyped. You know, Mendoza was kind of like a, you know, look at Mendoza. He's really what a Jew could be on a physical plane. It's a fascinating kind of contrast. Let us understand that when Mendoza was coming of age, this is in some ways a very bad time for Jews in England. Jews had been expelled in the year 1290. The massacres of York, and Jews were essentially, you know, persona non grata in England for about 400 years. They were then readmitted under Oliver Cromwell. And I remember that, you know, I spent a summer studying at Oxford, and they have these beautiful botanical gardens there that were built on the old Jewish cemetery. You know, after they expelled the Jews, they had this wide tract of land. They just removed all of the gravestones, and they built a gorgeous botanical garden. So one day my wife and I were walking by, and she went up to the ticket window. My wife is like this. She has no fear. She's like channeling Mendoza in some ways. And she goes up to the person who had a ticket counter. She says to them, you know that this entire garden is planted on top of a medieval Jewish graveyard. And the woman behind the counter says, oh, so that's why everything grows so nicely, right? So there's... So at any rate, they're kicked out in 1290. They're admitted back in the 17th century, right? 17th century, but they don't necessarily have full emancipation yet. They are slowly, and especially the Sephardim, who culturally are much more inclined to adapt to the social norms of a society, adapting its dress and its language and so on and so forth, they are making real strides towards acceptance. And in fact, this is happening on the continent. France would grant equal rights to all Sephardic Jews in 1790. They would wait another year before they gave it to the Ashkenazic Jews. And in England, you know, there was enough of this sort of moment that was known as the Jewish Naturalization Act, informally known as the Jew Bill. Got words, but when it got to the House of Commons, there was such an uproar. I mean, it's a bicameral house, kind of like Senate and Congress, So the Senate, as it were, the House of Lords said, okay, sounds okay. It's close enough, I think, for Americans, right? So the upper house said, sounds like a good idea. But when it got to the popular house, there was such an uproar that it was considered an insult to Christianity, that you were vacating Christianity from the British Isles by admitting Jews as equal citizens. It was overturned, and the bill was dead. So England, as a government, had officially said no to Jewish emancipation, and they were kind of locked in a limbo of slowly increasing social rights, but legally they were still second-class citizens. There's a lot of fascinating things to contemplate with that. Perhaps we'll get to it on the next slide. This was not because of the Sephardim so much as it was because of the Ashkenazim. The Sephardim, as I mentioned, tended to adapt quite rapidly in terms of mores and behaviors and attitudes and so on. And they tend to be wealthier as well in business. We talked about the Montefiores last week. But the Yiddish-speaking Jews from German territories, Austria, Hungary, Germany itself, they were really quite foreign, maintained their traditional modalities of dress and commerce and so on, and England just was not ready to consider them equivalent. It is important to note that England is a country that has a long tradition of philo-Semitism, that England has itself, the British people themselves, have often identified with Jews, seeing there's even a tradition that the British Isles were populated by the lost tribe of the Menashe, that the English were actually descendants of that lost tribe, and there were some sort of, affinities drawn to the diaspora of the Jews to the condition of the British people. So there was a natural trend of philo-Semitism that we definitely see through much of the early modern period. We see it culminating perhaps in the Balfour Declaration of 1917. At the same time, there's also a competing trend of anti-Semitism, which is not the same character as you will find in the continent. It's certainly not the same character of anti-Semitism you'll see in the German-speaking lands, for example. The blood libel and things like that, even though it has a history in England. The first blood libel was, of course, 1144 in Norwich, but it was not taken seriously. Instead, there was kind of like a genteel anti-Semitism that may have ascribed to Jews negative characteristics, but not necessarily ones that were fatal in nature, and not ones that would necessarily imply genocidal impulses. Fagin, for example, who is still about 100 years after Mendoza, 50, 60 years after Mendoza, is a classic case point where Dickens created this character of Fagin in Oliver Twist, who was absolutely horrific, and he was a Jew. But he was not, when you read it, he was not absolutely horrific because he was a Jew. Jewishness was just something that went along with his awfulness, like, let's say, the fact that he had red hair. His red hairness was part of his character, and Dickens, played it up, but he did not necessarily make Fagin Jewish in order to advance an anti-Semitic agenda. In fact, when he was called to the carpet about it, he was horrified that people would think this of him, and he later attempted to undo it by writing about positive Jewish characters in his later works, but it's hard to undo this kind of characterization. It's hard to apologize for something when you've already offended so many, but that gives you just a sense of the kind of two worlds in which Jews could inhabit space in the British society. So let's go back to Mendoza. Here's a great picture from the period. Have a closer look at it. You notice that there's kind of like this backdrop. First of all, his pose. He probably didn't look quite this muscular. Again, remember, he's about my height and a certain number of pounds smaller than I am. And here he looks like he's really quite buff, and he's got quite a bit of pounds on me. But nevertheless, you've got all these admiring British citizens in the background, and they're all, looking in awe at his awesome physique. He's got this determined look in his eyes. Note the haircut. That will be very significant, as I shall explain in a minute. And he's got his fists up ready to go. In the background, you have like the beautiful British countryside, as if he's defending the British Isles themselves, as if he is somehow the representative of all that is good and noble in the UK, and he is going to stand for it. So his innovations, why was he a special boxer, besides the fact that, of course, he was the heavyweight champion of the world for some time? So first of all, he had a unique fighting style, which boxing websites, when I was doing research for this, will go on and on about Mendoza's style. Like it was something really unique and special for the time. I don't know how to imagine it. I wish I had some photos of it. But apparently he adopted, the boxers of his day tended to compete in a very rigid manner. They would take their stances and essentially rely on their reach and their power and try to pummel their opponent into submission. Mendoza, on the other hand, would move a lot. That was like, it's amazing to me. They thought it was a big fetish, an innovation. They should move out of the way when someone else punches you. You know, it takes a Yiddish cup, I guess, to figure that out. But he apparently moved a lot. He put a lot of emphasis on footwork, on sidestepping, rather than simply standing there and trying to bend one or the other. And he would also simultaneously defend and counterattack. So every move contained both a deflection of a blow coming his way and also a simultaneous attack on his opponent that was apparently quite deadly. From what little I know of Krav Maga, which is a form of martial art that was developed in Warsaw during the 20th century, that it has a similar kind of approach, but beyond our scope today. So his fighting style was apparently unique. I can't say too much about it. He was the first fighter to charge admissions for his fights. In other words, these were not like just, okay, I'm going to meet you tomorrow at noon and we're going to create an open space and whoever wins, wins. But there was a lot of money changing hands at these fights because there was gambling. And since there was a lot of gambling going on, and Mendoza also capitalized on the gambling, he and his opponents, particularly Richard Humphreys, who we'll talk about in greater detail shortly, they decided to mount their prize fights far away from the urban centers, often outdoors, but you had to commute to get there. It wasn't something that was like fought in the alleyways. And so therefore, the people who went tended to have more means that they could get away from work and could afford to travel to attend these things, and then they would actually charge admission to watch these spectacles. So he applied an economic incentive to prize fighting, which of course is still true today. Haircuts. In one of his last battles, he was brutalized by an opponent who, realizing that Mendoza was very proud of his Samson-like locks, grabbed him with his left hand by his hair and with his right hand pummeled Mendoza into submission. And we have to realize that the rules of boxing at this point in the 18th century were pretty limited. And so that he could do this was legal, although somewhat dastardly. There is a widespread notion that you'll find on all these boxing websites that as a result of that particular fight, I think it was in 1795, boxers always cut their hair short. It's the Mendoza haircut in order to avoid this kind of situation in the future. He also had a unique sense of theater. He realized that boxing was the kind of sport that had a lot of economic potential and that there was a lot of build-up to it, you know, the gladiatorial aspect of it, the personalities of fighters, that they could speak in advance, that they could have like trash talk, and it would be reported widely in the papers, much like it is today. And so people would be built up towards these kind of events. He pioneered that entire industry. So in many ways, Mendoza was the father of modern boxing as a whole. As opposed to just street fighting, Mendoza really took it to the level of an industry. Okay. His first fight is, I think, perhaps most indicative of where he came from. He was a young man. He was 16 years old, 1789. And the fight was so remarkable, it was actually reported in the Times, major British newspaper. It was also mentioned in his memoirs, which we'll talk about later, and there's some interesting small discrepancies between the stories. At any rate, at this time, he was working as a grocer, and he had apparently a big box of tarts, a big box of baked goods. And he was walking past a regiment of soldiers who were training, and he may have looked Jewish or something, but one of the soldiers stepped out and said some derogatory remarks and actually boxed him on the head. That was not a pun. He hit him on the head. And apparently he was carrying the box of tarts on his head as well. The box fell down. They were all crushed and ruined. And Mendoza got quite upset. And he challenged the soldier to a fight. Mendoza at this point was 16 years old, still a kid, not well developed. And the soldier was, after all, a man of war. He was near 30, and he was a bully. And Mendoza did not like bullies. It's true, I think, of many small people. They don't like bullies. At any rate, so the Mendoza challenged him to a fight right there, and all the soldiers thought this was hilarious. This little Jewish kid who is, he's not going to submit, and so they formed a ring right there. And in front of all the other soldiers, Mendoza completely demolished his opponent. Here's the quote from the paper. The Jew, note that, he's the Jew. He's not just some 16-year-old. He's the Jew. That's all you have to say about him. To the surprise of all present, gained a complete victory over the Christian, although the man of war was near 30 and the confectioner only 16. He is now, because it was written a little bit later than the actual fight, accounted the neatest, quickest, and most active pugilist in Europe. It's kind of like a story. It's validated from outside sources. He relates it in his own autobiography as a moment of, he was abused. He was undoubtedly abused in an anti-Semitic manner, and he stood up for his rights, and he won. And in fact, right after he demolished his opponent, he demanded that the regiment pay for all of the broken tarts. And right there on the spot, they paid him 5 guineas to make up his losses, and he went on his way. It's kind of an interesting adolescent start to this world-class fighter. His most famous series of fights, however, associated with this man here, Richard Humphreys. Originally, Humphreys, also a boxer, some years older than Mendoza, saw the tremendous talent in this young man, and he began to teach him and to guide him along the way. And under Humphreys' influence, Mendoza won fight after fight. He was virtually invincible. In fact, most of the fights they lost, the 4 out of 37, were at the very end of his career when he was already quite a bit older. At some point, they had a falling out. The falling out was probably over a debt that Mendoza may have owed to Humphreys. He denied that he owed that debt. Humphreys was upset about it, had to do something with Mendoza setting up a boxing school, not necessarily having enough funding for it. And in fact, Mendoza was plagued with debt most of his life. He married, he had a large family, he could never quite pull things together, even though he often won large prizes for his fights and often won large gambling winnings on his fights. He never could quite escape poverty, and so he was always short over money, and he was short-tempered as well. So anyone who specifically needled him on money was sure to get a very powerful rebuke. They ended up agreeing to fight to settle their debts, and at that point, it begins to acquire the aspect of theater. They had 3 well-publicized fights where the results went back and forth. Mendoza ultimately would emerge victorious from the 3rd and final fight, but it was kind of like this sustained grudge match between these 2 rivals. They had some arguments as well over over training facilities. Since Humphreys had challenged Mendoza, it was up to Humphreys to provide the training facilities. And apparently, and we have to think about this in the 18th century, it's not like there are gyms and there are like professional places where you go to work out. In fact, the very concept of working out didn't exist before the 20th century. So going someplace in order to exercise for health or strength, maybe you see that in ancient Greece, but it really wasn't part of European culture. So he put him actually in a house of ill repute. And he said, hey, why don't you just work out here? This is a place, it's close by, it was cheap, you know. And Mendoza was offended with this suggestion. We know that he's not such a little wilting flower. Like, there are a lot of things that he put up with, people he hung out with. He was not, for example, even though he billed himself as the Jew, he had no problem fighting on Shabbos and things like that. Like, he was not, we're not talking about chief rabbi material here. And he was so offended that he refused to train for his fight as long as he was placed in a bordello for his training purposes. And he has a famous quote where he says, I rely on my excellent constitution. I have no need of training, and he'll just walk straight into the fight. So they fought 3 classic fights. Perhaps the most famous of them, let's see if I can zoom in on this. Yeah, very good. The most famous of them, just to give you a sense of the kind of drama of the ring under Mendoza, I didn't actually read the caption to this, but this actually says it all. Let's see if we can. It's kind of hard to read. It's written in script. Which, by the way, most kids my 14-year-old age cannot read. They don't know how to read script handwriting anymore. Maybe it's a little bit too hard to read the whole thing. But anyway, here's Humphreys here, and this is Mendoza. And these are this is one of the seconds of Humphreys. This is the other one, a man named Johnson. These are 2 others who are seconds of Mendoza. They're named Jacobs and Isaacs, right? And they really did play up the Jewish aspect of it, as we shall see a couple of examples shortly. So he's got these Jewish seconds who are helping him out. By the way, later on in life, when he was no longer capable of fighting, he also acted as a second for a boxer who was an African-American who had bought his own freedom with his boxing winnings. So he had kind of like an interesting sort of career later on, supporting another outcast from society. At any rate, what happened in this particular fight, Mendoza was doing really well, and he was fighting tremendously well. Humphreys was beginning to tire. At one point, the match was going very poorly for him, so his second poured water on his stomach. Somehow that helped. And they got back into the fight. And when Mendoza was about to deliver a mighty knockout blow, Johnson stepped in and blocked the blow from his boxer, which is clearly cheating. And where you look at it, right? The second is not allowed to get in there and block the blow. That's the dramatic moment here that's shown in the picture. You can see even the Jewish seconds are saying, Oy Vezmir, how could you do that? But somehow he did it, and there was a lot of, public excoriation. That's cheating, and Mendoza certainly would have won without that, and so on. They had to have that third final match, and in fact, Mendoza did win the match. But one wonders, and I have not seen this in print from any of the analysis, but from just reading about Mendoza in a few different articles, I get the feeling that the whole thing was probably staged. Like, this just adds to the drama and the tension. You know what? Humphreys manages to eke out not losing badly, but he does it with cheating and so on. Come on. It just makes you want to see the next fight. It makes you want to have Mendoza win in the end. So that's this kind of material was, in fact, au courant in the papers every day. People would read it, the sports page kind of material. This is a page, I believe, from that Oxford University press book, and this is sort of expressing the way in which he portrayed himself. It's not exactly I don't think this text is real. I think they made it up. But here's at a fight. Even the Prince of future King George IV was there at one of the fights. We definitely will connection with royalty in a minute. And George IV says, "You're an admirable boxer, Mr. Mendoza, and a credit to your people." And he says, "I'm a Briton, sir." Meaning, what do you mean, your people? I'm us people. I'm you people, too. And he says, yes, that's what I meant. So you get a little sense of the genteel anti-Semitism there. But we do know that, in fact, as I mentioned earlier, he did meet George III, the current king, before even Montefiore, before Rothschild, before Goldsmith, any of the wealthy Jews ever got to meet him. This boxer, Daniel Mendoza, met him. And it's a fascinating story. Apparently, he was invited to go on a fox hunt, which is something that British people do, I guess. They get together, they get a whole bunch of horses, and they get some hounds, and they go chase after foxes, and then they kill them, or whatever they do with them. But at any rate, Daniel Mendoza, coming from the lower echelons of British society, had no idea how he is supposed to behave at a fox hunt, and apparently he broke the rules. He rode, like if you can see this picture, I'm trying to figure it out. I should have done a little more research. But I think all the people in the back are like the participants, and then you've got the people in the red are sort of like officiants or helpers. They're not actually stewards. They're called stewards, or stewards. I guess in America we say stewards. So the stewards are they're helping, right? They're somehow guiding the dogs and things like that. They send the dogs out with traps. Are the dogs supposed to trap the fox? Oh, the fox. Okay, fascinating. So anyways, they're running out there, and I guess the participants are not allowed to run with the hounds. The hounds run in front, and you have to run behind them or race front. So anyways, he broke the rule. I guess he raced ahead with the hounds. So what happened to follow the sport in a way. This is from his memoirs, which gave great displeasure to a gentleman who rode up to me and accused me of riding among the hounds and of other improper conduct. So in other words, here he is. He's at this fox hunt. He doesn't know what to do. He breaks some of the, he has some faux pas. And so some nobleman comes up to him and says, hey, you're breaking all the rules. He threatened to horsewhip me unless I altered my behavior. Not the right thing to say to the prize-winning heavyweight champion of the world. I felt greatly irritated at his language and therefore warned him in a resolute manner not to attempt anything of the sort, and declared that if he raised his whip for such purpose, I would certainly strike him off his horse, be the consequence what it would. My surprise was greatly excited at learning almost immediately afterwards that the person I had offended was none other than His Grace himself, meaning the King of England, right? The King of England comes up to Mendoza and says, you're breaking all the rules and I won't have it. And he says, oh, yeah, well, come down here and say that, essentially. So numerous stories, but there you go. He constantly played up this Jewish David versus the Christian Goliath. Like, even though the Jews did not have equal rights, he nevertheless
My favorite part is when the fucking phone rings. The best. It's the best. All that on site. It's just so fucking. Fucking old phones getting good. But there you go.
They're like, oh. Shit. Shit.
Hi.
One Come do Klaus, ecco. سيريا كلهم حياتنا. أنا حامل كرم أنا. فكرم أنا سر. سيريا خنزين عشان من. أي الحد سير يا مني. يوم فرنسا سابت سرقوا عليكم فرنسا. لا والله حبيبي. إيش يكون فرنسا سرقوا عليكم. فرنسا. كم على فرنسا. ما كان لابد. Rabbi, Rothschild, من عند أمك. Source.